Hello, viewers. I hope we have been joined by a lot of people. Yeah, I can see it on the screen. Yeah. Hi, hello, viewers. A very warm good evening for all the viewers who have joined me for the day zero of the Prelims Camp 2025. And the entire motivation for us at Vajiram and Ravi to organize such an event is to give our students a very hands-on experience with respect to how does a day while you are enrolled in the prelims camp would feel like, and how we are going to give you a very tailored solution for the problems that we are trying to face with respect to the unpredictable nature of the UPSC civil services examination. So I hope that all of you have attempted the test which was conducted from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. and as promised, just after the 10 minutes gap between the test, we are starting with the discussion. So now let us first start with the snapshot of the day in a prelims camp, because ultimately we are trying to give you an experience of the day zero. Okay, so since the batch 3 is going to commence from the 4th of February, your test will be scheduled from 7 a.m. till 8 a.m. and after just a 10-minute gap, just like we are doing it today, from 8:10 a.m. till almost 10:10 a.m. we will be continuing our discussion. And similarly, for this 0-day experience, we are going to continue this particular discussion for roughly 2 hours, because we are going to discuss the 50 questions also that we have attempted. So this is a core snapshot of it. Secondly, on your days of the test, after once you are done with this thing, the test, then there will be a discussion and it will be followed with a mentoring session, which will be held at around 1 p.m. and your ultimate rank list for that particular day will be provided by 4 p.m. So that will be your day when you will be actually toiling very hard for the preparation for the civil services examination. However, now let me cut to the chase actually. So ultimately we need to focus over here, that is June 2025. Now you might feel that okay, because today is say 27th of January, so we might be in a position that is it a misprint? So no. Why I have put it deliberately over here, because ultimately I want to take you to June 2025. Now imagine we are sitting in June 25 and the prelims results have come out. Ultimately right now we are preparing for the examination. However, in the June, definitely in a span of 20-25 days the results will be out, and again a majority or a vast pool of the students, again they would find themselves to be very struggling to find their name in the final list or in the list of the prelim examination. And again, after giving a lot of hard work, after solving hundreds of mocks, and after giving their heart and soul for the preparation for the prelim examination, many of the students will not find their name into the selection list. And this is the story of majority section of the aspirant community, because ultimately they give their everything, and because they lack certain very critical and strategic elements in their preparation, it is ruining their chances of ultimately getting into the list of the prelim examination. So what one important pertinent question that we have to ask ourselves is that, is the UPSC prelim examination is only an examination of knowledge? So ultimately, will the knowledge or good accumulation of knowledge, good coverage of knowledge, is it going to help us clear the prelim examination? So answer is absolutely no, because this examination is not only about knowledge, but it also assesses your different facets of your personality with respect to your capacity to strategize things, your capacity to plan things in a proper manner, whether you are executing in a good manner or not, whether you are putting in those rigorous hours or not, and lastly, whether you have honed that mindset where you are able to manage the stress of the examination conditions. And that is why, if you are also feeling overwhelmed that after giving lots and lots of hours, after giving a lot of mocks, you are not able to get into the list, so don't worry, this is not a unique story. Even a lot of students face the similar kind of problems, and for your benefit I have a solution to it as well. But before I actually put forward my solution, I would like to get into certain deeper issues, that if not knowledge, what are those other issues which are being ignored by the students, and ultimately which is resulting in loss of a rank or loss of your opportunity to write the mains. And ultimately prelims is the most notorious level of this examination, because majority of the culling is being taken place in this level. And this is why the need to strategize and plan and to actually execute it in a tactical manner makes this exam one of the most toughest level to clear. So let me now dwell brief time into the deeper issues which actually create a problem for the students. So the first deeper issue is the lack of coverage. Like, even after going through multiple repetitions and iterations of the subjects, the students are not able to provide for the proper coverage of the syllabus. Why? Because ultimately they lack prioritization. Now, there is one very important principle by the name of Pareto's principle. What does it say? It says that it is also famously known as 80 by 20. And what does it say? That 20% of the syllabus of any particular subject actually will yield into 80% of the results. And majority of the students, after giving several attempts, they have absolutely no idea with respect to how to prioritize the portions of the syllabus from where majority of the questions are being framed. They are not able to tap into the mindset of the examiner, that ultimately we should know how UPSC is thinking, and we need to reorient our strategy with respect to how UPSC is thinking. So if we can actually tap into that, we will be able to strategize our preparation, we'll be able to strategize our learning methods in such a manner that ultimately we will be able to solve the questions in a very smooth, very seamless manner. The third important is time bound repetitions. Ultimately the game is of memory, that you need to recall a large degree of information in the prelim examination. That is only possible if we have revised it again and again. And because ultimately we are very bad with time management and we have absolutely no sense of priority, so we will never be able to allocate the right time to the right subject and to the right portions. And the fourth is the feedback. Very, very important. Many students year and year, they come to me and tell me that, sir, we have solved 100 mocks before giving this prelim, and we made an error book as well. Everything was sorted from my end. Still, I fell short of the cutoff. So my answer to such students is very simple, is that ultimately what we need to do is that rather than maximizing the number of mocks that we are giving, we need to maximize the review portion of it, that we need to review it in a very, very deepened manner. And your maximization of this review and analysis process will ultimately give you with the right feedback. And ultimately mindset, whether you are ready to handle that level of stress, whether you are ready to take risk in form of taking intelligent guessing in the examination. Because what happens is that majority of the students, they overlook a very important fact, that is, whenever they are solving mocks either in their homes or in the institutions, so what do is that they go for intelligent guessing. However, when it comes to doing the same or going for the intelligent guessing in the examination, their propensity to guess reduces like anything, because ultimately in the final examinations your selection is at stake. So your risk taking capacity and the competence to take risk also gets diminished to a great degree. And this is what we need to develop a mindset, that we should be able to control and regulate whatever anxiety we are feeling right at the examination center. And secondly, what kind of approach and attitude and mindset we are taking into the examination hall while we are actually giving the exam. So all we need to do is that we need to create such a solution so that we will be able to provide to the students a very simulated atmosphere of the examination hall itself, that whatever you are feeling in the examination center on 25th of May 2025, you have to feel the same when you are giving the test. And this is what are the core of the core issues or the deeper issues which are very readily being ignored by the students. Unfortunately, majority section of the students, they don't have access to good guidance also in the form of mentors, and they lack understanding of such issues, which ultimately cause them an attempt. And this is what we are trying to tell you, is that prelims camp, which is a test and teach model that we are going to discuss it quite briefly over here, is providing a very viable and an affable solution to such kind of problems, and we will try to understand it with the help of the features which we are offering at the prelims camp. So as the name suggests, prelims camp, which is an acronym for continuous assessment and monitoring program, so it is based on the philosophy of test and teach model. That is, it is not only dependent on the tests that you are giving, but it is only also dependent on the discussions which are being followed. As we already noticed that majority of the students, they pick test or mocks from the market which is available, and they go on solving it without pausing for a moment to actually look back, reflect, introspect on what kind of mistakes that these students are making. And based on that, ultimately what we decided is that we should expose our students as soon as they are done with the test, which are very high value discussions which will be taken by our very important subject matter experts of every subject. And those subject matter experts, when they will be taking the discussion right after the test, they will be in the best position to guide the students, because the students had committed a very fresh mistakes. Say for example, like now we are discussing it in the form of discussion itself, and you guys have given the test. So whatever mistakes you have committed right now in this particular test, it is very fresh, and this is the right time that I, as a subject matter expert, have to intervene over here. And this is the core philosophy of test and teach model that we are going to deal over here. Okay, so now let me briefly tell you about the core components of it. So of course, it is comprising of 60 tests, 60 granular tests, and I will be trying to link it with all the deeper issues that we had discussed earlier. So ultimately, all the tests of camp will comprise of two phases, that is the phase 1 and the phase 2. Phase 1 will comprise of half-length test, which will be covering 50 tests comprising of all the GS and the CSAT. Out of these half-length tests, almost 36 tests will be of the like subjects of the general studies, along with 6 current affairs based tests plus 8 CSAT tests. Apart from it, the timeline for it is from 4th Feb till the 14th of April. So what we need to identify over here is that in a span of almost 2 months, we are going to cover entire length and breadth of the GS. And again, this is very important because coverage is a very important thing. That is the first point that we had noticed. And secondly, in the phase 2, we will be dealing with the full length test, because ultimately we need to be ready. Our mindset need to be ready with respect to what kind of attitude we are having while we are sitting in the examination hall. And in this second phase, we are going to deal with full length tests of the GS and full length tests of CSAT as well, and also with the revision tests. So there will be 5 revision tests of core GS subjects, that is the polity, history, geography, environment and economy. So this is the core layout of it. Now, one important thing which we need to note over here is the granular nature of assessments. Now, since every subject has been broken down into several smaller components of the syllabus or several smaller parts of the syllabus, so because of that, what we are able to do is that we are able to cover the entire syllabus, ensuring that no portion of the syllabus gets left behind for the students. And it will be the responsibility of the SMEs or the subject matter experts to provide to the students that 80 by 20 for every test. That is, if your first test will comprise of the preamble, then the SME's role and the duty is to tell you what are those 20% portion of the preamble which will yield you 80% of the result. And this will be continued for every test, starting from polity ending till art and culture. So your entire GS preparation, you will be focusing on the 20% that our SMEs will tell you, and our content team, through the very meticulous formation of the question papers, will be able to put in these 20. And this 20 we will be able to identify through very rigorous PYQ analysis, or else it is not possible. And this is what we also encourage our students to go for, very hardcore PYQ analysis, because through that thing only we will be able to identify what is this 20 which will yield you 80% of the results. Now, with coming to the pedagogy of the discussions, so discussion will focus on the content or the concept. So we will be trying to deal with the core of the core concept, which is underpinning that particular question, and we'll try to deliver those concepts in a very, very seamless manner, very beautiful manner. But apart from it, it is not only about understanding of the concept, because we noted in the previous sections as well that UPSC and clearing this examination is not only about knowledge, it is about how do you apply that knowledge as well. How do you correlate that knowledge as well, right? And ultimately, how you can do some intelligent guessing. Like, we need to think as if we are thinking from the examiner's point of view. We need to develop that mindset that we should be able to think and we should be able to anticipate that if there is one topic, how UPSC can frame question out of it. And if we are ready to do that, any day we are going to clear the prelim examination. And lastly, as soon as the discussion will be done, it will be followed by mentoring, where students will be mentored by the SMEs or the faculty members who will be taking the discussion, and they will be discussing even if their doubts are left, or if any student who would want a strategy with respect to how they would want to complete that particular portion of the syllabus or that part of the syllabus. So this is how actually it goes about. And ultimately, if any student is trying to follow this routine or these rituals, I'm very sure that whatever problems that we had discussed over here with respect to either being in the lack of coverage or poor prioritization or time bound repetitions, or whether they are getting the proper feedback and whether they are able to create a good mindset or not, these things will be able to be addressed with the help of these important pillars. And that is why it becomes very important for the students to actually either inculcate such pillars of strategy in their own preparation. Whether you enroll for it or not, it does not matter. What matters is that your preparation strategy should also be aligned in this manner. So this was all about, in brief, about the prelims camp, its philosophy, and how it functions or how it gets operationalized. So now let me start with the discussion for today. And my name is Ritayan Guha, and I will be the SME or the subject matter expert for the polity and governance section. So let me start with the first question. And as you must have encountered in the question paper as well, that in this paper for the day 0 experience of the prelims camp, we had 10 questions from the polity section. So me, along with my team of other subject matter experts, they will be discussing with their own separate and respective sections. So I personally will be dealing with the polity and governance portion. So let's start with the first part, which is the date of 26th January was specifically chosen as the date of commencement of the Constitution of India. But the question is why? Why it was chosen like that? Ultimately, what we need to understand is that the 26th of January was a fact. Okay. But how we have framed the question is that we are asking the students, or we are trying to learn and understand whether student knows about the significance of this day or not. And ultimately, yesterday was 26th January itself, so it is very relevant from that point of view as well. So now let me read for you the options. So option A is, it was on this day that Purna Swaraj Day was celebrated in 1930. It is absolutely correct, but let me just read the other options as well. Mahatma Gandhi started the Dandi March from Sabarmati Ashram on this day. It was decided according to Mountbatten Plan. The option D is, the Swadeshi movement was launched in 1905 on this day. Now the thing is, if you have studied the basics of constitutional history, 100% you will be able to solve this question, because it is very easy nature. However, I would like you to imagine a situation where, suppose you have not studied this particular topic. Now, how you can approach this question even when you have not studied it, for example. Now, at least you know about certain events that had happened. Now, let me think it from that lens, that how you can solve a question even when you have not studied it. It's not a thumb rule, but at least some basic application of common sense also can help you, if not get to the right answer, but eliminate the wrong answers, right? So let's read the second option. That is, Mahatma Gandhi started the Dandi March from Sabarmati Ashram on this day. So by any logic, we might feel that, okay, was that Dandi March so important that ultimately the government of India and the constitutional makers had decided to make that particular day as the like Republic Day in a way, or that we are trying to commence it, the constitution, on that particular day. Secondly, it was decided according to the Mountbatten plan. So this can be if a student has not read about Mountbatten plan, they can think that okay, there might be a possibility that Mountbatten plan would have told. However, the last point is the Swadeshi movement was launched in 1905. Again, the same logic which is going for B and D as well. That why would Swadeshi movement, because it was one of the earlier mass movements, so was it so important that ultimately we are trying to give the same day for the commencement of the constitution? So by that logic, at least B and D are gone. And then you have to think that ultimately option C is quite prescriptive in nature. That is, it was decided according to the Mountbatten plan. However, it is not very like question is asking about why the 26th of January was chosen. And that is why ultimately by that logic also at least you could have eliminated B and D. So your probability of getting the right answer rose from almost 100%, from 25% to 50%, because ultimately now you are left with two options. So the thing is that answer is A. Why? Because ultimately it was on this date only that Purna Swaraj was celebrated in 1930 after the Lahore session of 1929. And the demand for Purna Swaraj was a very important, pertinent thing. And during this event itself, the new emerging leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose, they provided a great degree of support in celebration of this thing or the organization of that particular event. And that is why this date was like adopted as the date for commencement or adoption of our constitution. Now, what I would want you to see is that a similar kind of question which had been asked in UPSC previously. Now, if you'll read this question, what important point I would want to draw your attention to is that this particular date. For example, what UPSC has done in the year of 1997, that they have given the entire text of the preamble, and then in that text there is a date also. They have put X mark over there, and then they have asked like what date is it? Is it 26th of November or it is 26th of January? So what is important is that ultimately what certain dates that we have to remember, that is the date of adoption of the constitution. On what date did it come to force, right? What was the first date of meeting of our constituent assembly? So if you are aware of such kind of dates, you will be able to solve such kind of questions. It will be very easy for you to solve the questions. So it is not only about knowing a particular date or mugging up the things. It is about holistic understanding of on what date this particular preamble was enacted. So 26th of November was the case. However, it came to force on 26th of January. And why 26th of January was chosen? Because ultimately the Purna Swaraj was declared on that day in the year of 1930. So if this way, if you are going to correlate things, do you remember I had told you about conceptual application and correlation? What I did was correlating things, correlating this question to different other question which was asked in 1997, correlating not only the questions, correlating different dates also and their events also. And if you will be able to structure your learning in such a manner, you will be able to remember these kind of informations for a longer duration of time. You will be requiring lesser revisions so as to reinforce that particular memory. Now coming to the next question, which is, unlike the British Parliament, there are three statements. First statement is, unlike the British Parliament, the Indian Parliament is not a sovereign body. Second is, unlike Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the British Parliament has some hereditary members. And the third is, the succession to the British crown is regulated by the Parliament. So ultimately, all these three statements are correct. And now let me analyze it one by one. So the first point says that unlike British Parliament, unlike, British Parliament. And what I have encountered in my experience as well is that majority of the students, they find such kind of framing of the statements of the question very tricky, very difficult, that unlike or alike. So if you are finding such kind of things difficult, again, you are not alone. Try to take some time, read the statement twice. Don't get confused. It happens that whenever we are trying to solve any question for the prelim examination, especially on the day of the examination, the stress levels are so high, they are so inflated, that it happens that we, even after knowing the core concept or the underlying concept, we end up interpreting the statement badly. And that is one of the bad ways, one of the worst ways rather, to get out of the list. So what my suggestion would be for you under this situation and circumstances is that at least read the statement twice if you are finding the framing of the statements or the English to be bit tricky, right? So the first statement is, unlike the British Parliament, the Indian Parliament is not a sovereign body. So one important conceptual thing that we need to understand from this statement is that, is Indian Parliament a sovereign body or not? And what do we mean by sovereign body, right? So ultimately, this statement is correct. Why? Because Indian Parliament is not a sovereign body. What do we mean by sovereign body? So Parliament can be a sovereign body if it can legislate on any matters, and there is no other body which can impinge on its power. That is, their Parliament, imagine a situation where Parliament has got no limitations in its lawmaking power. Is it the situation in India? Absolutely no. But yes, it is absolutely the situation in British Parliament. The British Parliament is a sovereign body and it has got no limitation over its lawmaking powers. Even the courts of that particular country will not be able to declare any law unconstitutional. Why? Because ultimately there is no written constitution. There is no codified constitution. The constitutional body of UK or the British, it comprises of various statutes and laws which were usually like promulgated by the Parliament of UK itself. So so that is the case that makes British Parliament also sovereign. However, Indian Parliament is not sovereign. Why? Because there is a written constitution. Secondly, what makes our parliament not a sovereign body? Because ultimately there are fundamental rights, because there are certain portions for which the parliament cannot make a law which can abrogate it. Thirdly, we have a federal polity, that is, not on all the subjects is the parliament is competent enough to make laws. There are certain lists, that is, the under the 7th schedule we have state list, and state list comprises of subjects on which only state legislative assemblies can promulgate laws and or make laws, but the parliament cannot do so. And apart from it, there is written constitution, fundamental and federal, and lastly the judicial review, that ultimately if the courts of our country, they find whatever laws the parliament has enacted, if they found that those acts are violating certain important or the basic structure of our constitution, through judicial review those acts can be abrogated. So that is why these are the important limiting factors on the parliament of our country or the lawmaking powers of our parliament. Now the second is, unlike Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the British Parliament has some hereditary members. So again, it is correct, because ultimately in our Indian Rajya Sabha, we don't have any hereditary members, right? We have done away with that thing. We have indirect elections for certain members, and certain members are nominated by the president. And there is no provision of any kind of hereditary members. And the third point is, the succession to the British crown is regulated by the parliament. So of course, this is also a fact. So ultimately, succession will ultimately depend on the descent, that ultimately to which person that throne will go to. However, this passing on the succession is also regulated by certain acts of parliament, certain acts of British Parliament. So British Parliament has created certain acts which is regulating the various procedures and the conditions with respect to the succession of the throne. And in pursuance of formation of such acts, the British Parliament has created such acts which is also providing for limiting a person from getting the throne if they have performed in an like certain manners, which provides for misgovernance. So British Acts also provides that. So ultimately all the three statements are correct. Now coming to the third question, which is a parliamentary democracy is characterized by. Now let me read the options for you. So first is strict separation of executive and legislative organs. Second, B option is appointment of executive branch by the legislature. Third, direct elections to the representatives to the executive office. And fourth, fusion of executive and legislative powers into a single body. Now what we need to understand over here is that we have been asked about parliamentary democracy. What is democracy? Democracy is such form of governance where people will elect their representatives who will take decisions on their behalf for the welfare of the society. And it was very well put, very in a most articulate manner. It was put by Abraham Lincoln as well, that it is a form of government, or it is a form of governance by the people, of the people, for the people. So ultimately, what do we mean by parliamentary? That ultimately it is that democracy where everything is revolving around the parliament. That is, ultimately, if this is the electorate, right, and people have to pick their representatives, right, people will pick their representatives who will go into the parliament to ultimately represent themselves, and for these representatives will create laws for the people, so as to regulate them, right? This is the core principle. However, what happens in the parliamentary form of governance is that ultimately the members or the representatives of the people, they will constitute among themselves a subcommittee which is called executive. So the legislators will make the law and the executive will implement these laws. And what is the core feature of it? That ultimately there is a fusion. Ultimately, there is a fusion of legislature and executive in the parliamentary form of governance, or in parliamentary democracy. And ultimately, it is the executive which is the subset of the legislature. And this is the core concept which you need to understand, that ultimately in parliamentary form of government or parliamentary democracy, people elect the legislature first, and then among the legislature they form a subcommittee called the executive, who then goes on to implement whatever the laws are being promulgated or enacted by the legislature. Okay, and that is why the option D is correct. That is, there is a fusion of executive and legislative powers in a single body. And ultimately you can understand it from this perspective as well, that ultimately our parliament comprises of president, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are the deliberative bodies. That is, here the discussion takes place. Discussion by whom? By our representatives as well. And then there is a president who is the head of the state and who is the symbolic representation of the executive. That is this. And that is why there is a fusion of power in the parliamentary form of governance. So this kind of concepts can appear to be very tricky if you don't understand it in its entirety. And similar kind of question had been asked in 2020 as well. So if you'll read about it, we had asked a question on parliamentary democracy, and this question was a parliamentary system of government. They have asked about government is one in which all political parties in parliament are represented in the government. The government is responsible to the parliament and can be removed by it. The government is elected by the people and can be removed by them. The government is chosen by the parliament but cannot be removed. So the answer, as we have discussed over here, is answer B as well. So this is how, if you are able to understand the core concept, you will be able to apply it, right? And you will be able to correlate it. Now coming to the next question, which of the following limits the authority and jurisdiction of the parliament? Now, do you remember the second question that we had discussed, that whether Indian parliament is sovereign or not? in that way, because ultimately there were many other bodies which were trying to limit the lawmaking power of the parliament. And again, we are trying to do the same thing only. The same concept has been asked, but with different wordings, and it has been twisted to appear to the students that okay, some different question has been asked. But you should focus on getting to know the core of the core concept. And if you have that conceptual competence, any question you will be able to solve, right? So which of the following limits the authority and jurisdiction of the parliament? So the first is preamble. So preamble does not diminishes or limits the authority of the parliament, because we know that preamble is not a source to the source of power to the legislature. So definitely preamble is not limiting the power of the legislature, and preamble is non-justiciable also. So this thing makes it this particular option incorrect. Now let's try to eliminate it. Option A, option C gone, because preamble is not there. We have discussed that India is a federal polity, and because India is a federal polity, we have 3 tiers of government. Okay, and all the 3 tiers of government are trying to legislate or regulate the affairs in certain subject matters. And in the 7th schedule of our constitution, it provides for the 3 list: the union list, the state list, and the concurrent list. And the union list comprises of only those subjects on which parliament can make laws. State list comprises of those subjects on which only state legislative assemblies can make laws. And the concurrent list, which comprises of those subjects on which these parliament and state legislations can make laws. So ultimately, the 7th schedule is definitely limiting the power of the parliament to make laws. Thirdly, judicial review. If the judiciary of anywhere in our country, if they find any particular act which has been passed by by the parliament to be abrogating any fundamental rights or any basic structure of the constitution, so through judicial review they can actually make it null and void. So ultimately it is limiting. And lastly, the fundamental rights, because ultimately article 13 itself, it suggests that like parliament cannot like create such forms which abrogates the fundamental rights. So that is why 2, 3, 4 is the correct answer, which is answer is option D. Coming to the next, which is which one of the following is responsible for administration of Government of India transaction of business rules and Government of India allocation of business rules 1961. Now students, this is a very, very important question, and what I would want to tell you over here is that your end goal should not only be to get to the right answer. Your actually journey of holistic learning starts from that. Okay, this is not the last leg of getting to the right answer, but rather the first step towards actually getting to know the core nuances, the topics which are correlated to it. So here we are talking about 2 rules, that is Government of India allocation of business rules and Government of India transaction of business rules. Now the question appears to be very simple, that who administers it? It might be a possibility that you will be able to solve it also. The answer is Cabinet Secretariat. Okay, great. Don't feel happy that even if you have made it correct. What you need to understand or what you need to take away from these questions are these 2 rules, that is Government of India allocation of business rules 1961 and Government of India transaction of business rules 1961. What we need to understand is that there is more deeper concept associated with this question, which are these 2 rules, and how these 2 rules are created. Are these created under any particular act? No, it has been created under constitution. So article 77, it provides power to the president to create such rules. I am sure that you have read this particular line in whatever standard textbooks you are reading, that it says that it is the duty of the president to create such rules for the smooth conduct and transaction of the business. So by utilizing that power itself, the President of India has created Government of India allocation of business rules and Government of India transaction of business rules. What do we mean by allocation of business? Business means what are the core work which a government has to do. You need to understand that term business in that sense. It is not the business which you are trying to understand in your normal English. However, this transaction of business is that ultimately First, the government will try to allocate the business. That is how different works will be divided or allocated among different ministries. And secondly, how then these ministries will work and what kind of procedures they will follow, which will be provided by transaction of business rules. And ultimately, it is the cabinet secretariat which tries to administer it. And what we need to understand is that under Article 77, the power has been given to president to create such rules. And if we need to go rather even more deeper, in the government of India, allocation of business, it comprises of two schedules. Schedule 1, it comprises of names of all the ministries, their departments, their associated offices, etc. And the schedule 2 of the allocation of business, it comprises of various businesses which each ministry has to do. So can you imagine a situation where suppose we have to create a new ministry, so which rule do we have to amend and which schedule do we have to amend to actually create a new ministry? And this is where UPSC can play. And this is what you need to understand, that just getting to the right answer, you should not take happiness in that thing. You should dig deeper. You should try to go even deeper, that okay, why, if you came across this particular rule in this particular question, all you had to do was to Google it, to go deeper. There are certain thinking frameworks which I tell my students also to actually utilize them, because ultimately it's all about how critically, how analytically you can think. So there are certain frameworks like 3 why framework, which is you ask question of why 3 times. And if you are able to inculcate such habit in your day-to-day living, you will be so curious by the end of 1 month that every prelim examination will be like a cakewalk to you. So the whole point is that whenever you come across any problem, either you apply this 3 times why. Just ask yourself question, why, like why this rule has been asked. Then you would have gone to the Google, and then you would have gone into the core of the core, like literature of this particular rule, and then you would have entered deeper. So all starts with at least asking why once. Then you can increase it to why thrice. Rather, many of the great critical thinkers, they take it to 7 why as well. So I would not want you to actually spend this much time right now. However, 3 why is good enough to actually inculcate a habit, to provide for a good cognition as well. Okay. Now about the cabinet secretariat. So cabinet secretariat is the secretariat which provides secretariat assistance to the cabinet. So what it does is that whatever the agendas of the cabinet is there, so cabinet secretariat is trying to provide the assistance, secretarial assistance to the cabinet and the cabinet committees as well. Apart from it, they also go for interministerial coordination as well, this cabinet secretariat, that whatever different ministries and departments are doing, and if they are dwelling into a particular subject which requires coordination, collaboration and cooperation among different ministries, so it is the cabinet secretariat which tries to come in and tries to bring in more coordination among the functioning of different ministries or the departments. And thirdly, their one of the most important responsibility is to provide updates to the president, vice president and various ministries about whatever work the government is doing through their monthly summary report. So they are publishing one monthly summary of whatever government is doing in various departments. So through this monthly summary of such works, they are keeping the president and the vice president updated with the various kind of works the government is doing. And this cabinet secretariat is headed by cabinet secretary. And this is one of the most important governmental position you are also striving for. So it is one of the most his cabinet secretary is the top officer or the topmost officer of the cadre of Indian administrative services. So this is the topmost bureaucratic position. And since you guys are also preparing for to become an IAS one day, so ultimately if you become IAS and if you are having that service exposure, etc., so you also might become the topmost cabinet secretary. And right now our cabinet secretary is TV Somanathan. Now again, let us try to do some smaller games of critical thinking. So who appoints the cabinet secretary? What is the tenure of it? Can it be extended? So don't you think if UPSC wants to create a question on cabinet secretary, these three dimensions can be the three statements? And if you don't have that critical bent of mind, if you don't have that analytical mindset, how you are able to think that you will be able to answer such things, right? So ultimately, cabinet committee on appointments provide for the appointment of cabinet secretary, and usually they are provided for a tenure of 2 years, which they can be extended. So extended multiple number of times, several number of times. And it is Rajiv Gauba, the predecessor of TV Somanathan. Rajiv Gauba was the chief cabinet secretary just before the TV Somanathan, and Rajiv Gauba served as for the largest tenure as a cabinet secretary for 5 years. So this can also be a statement, a very good factual statement, or the fourth statement. If I have to create, if I would have been like framing a question, I would have framed like this, and I'm very sure that very minuscule proportion of the students would have been able to solve this thing. Okay, so this is how you need to think. Also, this is how you need to appreciate the topics as well, right? Now, which of the following are the sources of law in India? So ultimately, all four are correct. That is the statutes, personal law, judicial orders, and regulation made by Gram Panchayats. Why? Because ultimately it is flowing from Article 13, Clause 3, Subclause A. That is, law includes any ordinance, order, bylaw, rule, regulation, notification, custom, or usage having in the territory of India the force of law. And through here only we are able to get these things. That is, these are the customs. Ultimately, customary laws were made by solidified or codified by the parliament of our country only through personal laws, and regulations made by Gram Panchayats are also law, of course. Okay, because ultimately Gram Panchayat also comes under the definition of state under Article 12. So this is how you need to correlate the concepts as well, right? Now coming to the next question, which is 7. With reference to private members bill, this is, I guess, one of the most difficult question of today's polity set. So let me read this question for you. With reference to private members bill in the Indian Parliament, consider the following statements. Statement 1, a member cannot introduce more than 4 private bills during a session. This is absolutely correct. I will come for the explanation that why is it correct. Second is, the primary responsibility for drafting private members bill is that of Lok Sabha Secretariat. It is wrong. The constitution directs that motion for the introduction of private member bill shall not be opposed. It is wrong. No private members bill has been passed by the parliament since independence. Again, it is wrong. So the whole part is that first of all we need to understand the conceptual thing. That is, what do we mean by private member bill? So is it any particular private individual who is trying to introduce the bill? No. The concept is very simple. As we know that as an electorate, we elect our representatives who will go into the parliament, and the ruling party or the party who is governing the majority in the parliament will form the government. Now, if a minister ultimately he is a member of parliament only. If a minister is trying to introduce the bill, then it is known as government bill. Or other than minister, any other MP, whether this MP is hailing from the ruling party or from the opposition party, if they are introducing the bill, then it is known as private member bill. Now, this private member bill are dealt in the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha in different hours of the day. So, in Lok Sabha, last 2.5 hours of every day in a particular session of every Friday is exclusively dedicated for the discussion of private member bills or resolutions. However, in the Rajya Sabha, these 2.5 hours are there in alternate Fridays. Now, these kind of things you will never get anywhere actually. So, if you are noting it down, just note it down in your notes. You will not find it such data quite easily. And ultimately, what I would wanted to show you over here is that, see, what is the statement for? No private members bill has been passed by the parliament since independence. And what I am trying to show over here, the number of private member bills which has been introduced in various Lok Sabhas. We are in the 18th Lok Sabha and I have data till 17th Lok Sabha. And there can be a question on the pattern of the introduction of private member bill as well. So UPSC can create a very smart question like, over the years the number of private member bills are which are introduced are decreasing. So again it will be wrong, because in the 16th Lok Sabha there was a record 1114 private member bill which were introduced, and in the 17th again there is 728. So what we can see is that you should have a good idea with respect to what has been the trend, because UPSC can ask you certain questions which are based on trends as well. So we need to be quite ready with respect to that. Now coming to this statement 1, that is a member cannot introduce more than 4 private bills. So ultimately, is it written in the constitution? No, constitution is very silent on that. However, there is committee on private members bill and resolution within the parliament, and this committee in its report had provided for the limiting for the introduction of number of bills a particular person can introduce in a session. Why? Because ultimately, by introducing such number of private member bills, what the private members are doing is that they are increasing the workload which the Lok Sabha or the Raj Sabha secretariat has to tackle. And that is why ultimately the Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha or the presiding officers of those houses, they decided that through this committee we have to put a cap, or we need to put a limit onto the number of private member bills which these people can introduce. Okay. Now coming to the second, the primary responsibility for drafting of private member bill is that of Lok Sabha secretariat. Why would Lok Sabha secretariat would draft a bill coming from a private member or coming from an MLA? However, they provide for basic assistance with respect to that, whether the bill is in the right format or not, so that the bill should not get disqualified out of any kind of technicality, right? The constitution directs the motion for the introduction of private bill shall not be opposed. See, constitution will never talk of such kind of detail, because constitution is already very bulky. Imagine if constitution will go on and discussing such elements or the procedural elements. Very rare the constitution has provided for certain procedure, right? Even the removal of the judges and the president, also the removal of judges of the Supreme Court or the High Court, the procedure is being provided by Judges Inquiry Act, not by the constitution. So how come the constitution will be able to provide procedure for it? So let's not this is how you need to apply your common sense also, that ultimately we should be able to eliminate such options. So by that logic, if you are able to eliminate option 3, these things are gone, and then 1 only and 1 to 4 only. And no private member bill has been passed by the parliament since independence. So that is again wrong. So 14 parliamentary private member bills have been passed. However, the last bill which was passed was in the year of 1970. And out of these 14 bills, 6 were passed in 1956 only, over here. And imagine in the last 5 decades, no private member bill has been passed. Okay, so usually what happens is that whenever government comes across any private member bill and they find to be good in agenda and in taste, so government tries to appropriate it. They would ask the member to pull away their own bill, and government would introduce their bill by any particular minister. So ultimately government will be able to go ahead with that particular legislation. So this was all about private member bills, and this is quite an analytical description of it. Question 8, with reference to parliamentary procedures, which one of the following statement is correct? So this question deals with censor motion and non-confidence motion. Censor motion conceptually is providing disapproval for an act, behavior, or a policy of a minister or a ministry or a department. However, no confidence motion deals with the level of confidence the legislature or the parliament is having on the government, and that is the core difference between it. That if a censor motion is being passed, it does not lead to resignation of the government. However, As we know that in the parliamentary system of government, executive is responsible to the legislature, and executive will be able to implement the laws only if the legislature is satisfied or is having confidence on the executive that they will be able to do it. And that is why this confidence, scrutiny of this confidence is done through no confidence motion. So that is why option A is the correct answer, that is for censure motion the reason for its adoption must be stated, whereas for the no confidence motion reason for its adoption is not needed. Why? Because ultimately the reason is implicit. Why? Because ultimately through no confidence motion we are trying to ascertain that, or we need to show to the house that the legislature is not having confidence over the executive. That is why no reason is required. However, censor motion is narrow in its scope, and for that thing we need to provide for why or for what motivation or reason that any particular political party is trying to move in a censor motion. Coming to the ninth question, again the statement is assertion reasoning, but even if you had basic understanding of the constitutional provisions, you would have been able to solve it. First is statement 1, no civil proceedings can be instituted against governor of a state in any court during his or term of office. So this statement, again, as I had mentioned earlier, that reading very mindfully is again a very crucial skill with respect to passing the prelim examination. Why? Because this statement might appear to be very harmless and very easy. However, this statement is wrong. Why? Because ultimately no criminal proceedings can be instituted. However, civil proceedings can be instituted by giving a particular time period. So statement 1 is wrong and the answer is absolutely correct. So answer is D. Coming to the last question of polity, the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam 2023 that provides for 33% reservation for women reservation of seats in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies is based on the principle of, now it is very simple concept that whatever reservation is being provided under the affirmative action, that is to do away with whatever historical injustices, discrimination, marginalization and exclusion a particular community or a social group had witnessed in the course of our history, and to do away with such structural barriers or hindrances which actually diminishes the accessibility for which a social group can access the opportunities which are available. That is why government comes up with affirmative action, and that is why with this particular adhiniyam or the act, the government is trying to increase the representation of women in the political institutions of our country by providing 33% reservation, so that we will be able to see more and more women participating in our democratic processes and representing the women as a community over there. So more women will be having voices in the democratic forums of our country, especially the parliament and the state legislative assemblies. So I hope you found this discussion to be very enriching, and thank you for attending this session. And now after this, the other subject expert, which is Mr. Ankush sir, he'll be discussing with the economics section. Okay, so thank you. Keep preparing well, and all the best for the prelims examination 2025.
और जाके सीधा लेना है. Yeah, hello and welcome to all of you. So I'm here to discuss the economic part of the tourist camp test. So without wasting much time, let's come to directly to the topic, as there were 10 questions in economics in this particular test, and I believe that most of you are able to know something, at least something out of these 10 questions. and have attempted a decent number of questions. I agree that questions are of really difficult level, but we try to formulate question in a manner on the topics which generally UPSC asks. For example, you will find a good number of questions on the exchange rate, currency appreciation, depreciation, read, need. Right? Why we are given that question? It is in news for a long period of time, very long period of time. We have given a question on WPI and CPI. Why? Again, a question in news, because the concept was introduced, the new concept of producer price index. For that purpose, a committee has been set up. Right. So, friends, I hope the test was good for you, particularly this overall test as well as the economic questions. And before I move on to the specific question, let's understand the importance of economics for the prelims, specifically for the prelims, for the UPSC examination. Every year, on an average, except 1 year in past 10 years, 14 to 18 questions are asked. If we take the average, it comes out to be 16 questions. 32 marks. If not 32 marks, let's take it 30 marks. This subject consists of 30 marks in your UPSC prelims examination. Very important. And the beauty of this subject is that it is more conceptual and less factual in comparison to another subjects. If you are thorough with the concepts one, if you understand the concepts one, nobody can stop you to make correct this question. So focus on the understanding. If you understood the economics and you're thorough with the current affairs, you link the topics, even if you're not clear 100% in the questions that are asked in the examination, still you'll be able to score decent marks in this particular subject. Right? So let's start with the discussion. First question, or the question number 11, is consider the following statements. Other things remaining unchanged, a rise in the price of foreign exchange may lead to. Let's understand this concept. I will link question number 11 and question number 13. Some information regarding question number 13 will be given in this question, and some left out information in this question number 11 will be given in the question number 13, because they are of similar nature. The concepts are of similar nature. Question is, other things remaining unchanged. The question is on currency appreciation and depreciation. Other things remaining unchanged, a rise in the price of foreign exchange may lead to. It means India's currency, like say, take example of India, right? It means rupee 1 is equal to, say, rupee 1 is equal to 80, dollar 1 is equal to 80 rupees today, and tomorrow it becomes, say, dollar 1 equal to 90. This is the question. Currency is depreciating. That is, Indian rupee is depreciating. So before coming to the question, let's discuss something on that. What is the depreciation of currency, or what is the exchange rate? Exchange rate is, if you want to buy 1 unit of a foreign currency, how much price you have to pay in terms of the domestic currency. That is what exchange rate. That is a nominal exchange rate. Nominal, right? Nominal, and there's a difference between nominal exchange rate and real exchange rate. I will discuss that in question 13. So for the timing, let's understood when we say $1 is equal to 70 or 75 or rupees or 80, 85, at present it is 86, 87. What we talk about? We talk about the nominal exchange rate. In this example, when I talk about currency appreciation and currency depreciation, when we say earlier the dollar 1 is equal to 70, right? So rupee 1 is equal to how much dollar? Dollar 0.0142. Now, when the dollar 1 is equal to rupees 75, the value of dollar has appreciated, the value of rupee has depreciated. How depreciated? Because now 1 rupee is equal to $0.0133. Understand this concept, appreciation and depreciation. If Indian rupee is depreciating, it means dollar is appreciating. It's a zero-sum game. The value of one currency will get strong, the value of other currency will weaken. In this question, the question is saying that other things remaining unchanged, a rise in the price of foreign exchange may lead to. It means the value of Indian currency is depreciating. Now come to the topics, the options that has been given, right? Let me start with the pen. Yeah. Increase in exports from India. $1 is, say, equal to 80 today, and tomorrow $1 is equal to, or let's make a small, a better example, easy example, right? $1 is equal to 100 today, and $1 equal to 200 tomorrow. This is what Indian rupee is depreciating. Now, question is saying whether if this happens, whether exports from India will happen? No. May happen. There is full chances that this will happen, because it depends also upon the real exchange rate. Real exchange rate we'll understand in the question number 13, right? This is a nominal exchange rate. Now, if one unit, if India exports something, say, and that the cost of that particular, say, shirt is 100 rupees. So a US company comes to India and orders a 1 unit of shirt. $1 is equal to 100. How much a company will pay? $1. Right? The rupee of the shirt remains same, 100 rupees. Next day, but the dollar appreciates and the rupee depreciates. It becomes 200. Now, for the same dollar, the company will get 200 rupees because the rupee has depreciated. Now, instead of one shirt, the company can get 2 shirts for the same dollar. So India's exports will become competitive. In this case, India's export will become what? Competitive, right? And China deliberately did it. China devalued its currency to make its exports competitive. And that's how it captured a large share of the US exports market. And that's why Donald Trump is making this issue before the election, during the election, and now after election, that we will impose tariff on China. Why tariff? Because we want to reduce the exports that is happening from China to United States. So when currency depreciates, for example in India, then it may lead to increase in exports, correct? Increase in FDI, yes. Earlier $1 was coming and the same market price of one share was 100 rupees. The company was able to purchase say 1 share. Now $1 is equal to 200. Now the same price of share, the organization or company or financial institution can purchase 2 shares. So increase in FDI as well. Reduction in foreign cost while purchasing products from India. Right? Yes, this will also happen. Now cost has reduced. Earlier one shirt, look at the previous example. Earlier one shirt for $1. Now for same $1, you can get 2 shirts if this example stands true. Decrease in the supply of foreign currency. No. Generally what happens is when the currency depreciates in India, the foreign supply increases because more FDI, more exports, right? Reduction in cost of the foreign, reduction in cost for the foreign companies to procure goods goods or services from India. That leads to increase in the supply of currency, not a decrease. Statement 4 is incorrect and statement 1, 2, 3 is correct. So answer in this particular question is 1, 2, and 3 only. I hope things are getting clear in everybody's mind. Next, very important question. Yield curve. Not only yield curve, an inverted yield curve. Which of the following statement describes the inverted yield curve? I will explain this statement with the help of graph as well as some information that is put on the slide. See, why we all invest? We invest because we want return. Why we invest? Because we want return from our investment. Simple funda is that. Similarly, we buy government bonds. We might buy a government bond for say 100 rupees. So government has kept a face value of 100 rupees. We might purchase it at 98 rupees or 102 or 105 rupees. Government has said, I will give fixed interest rate, say 8%. This is a return. The concept of yield is directly linked to what? The concept of yield is directly linked to the interest rate or what is the rate of return. I will explain this with example. So bond yield is what? Is the return of capital invested by an investor. So for example, I have purchased a government bond of 100 rupees. And 8% is the rate of return. So I will get what? 108. So my return is 8% or my yield is 8%. But the bond prices fell. For example, the bond prices fell to 98 rupees. Now you purchase a government bond at price of what, 98 from the market. The government rate of interest is fixed, that is 8%. You will get 8 rupees as the sorry, 8 rupees per annum as your return. So 8 by 98. So this the return is higher than the 8%. So your yield has increased. Be with me on this particular point, because I will come to one more concept before I come to the inverted yield curve. Now, the demand for government bond is high. More people are demanding the government bonds, right? The price of the government bond increased to 102, but the interest is fixed. Now you purchase at 102, 108 by 102. This is less than 8%. So yield has decreased. So can I say there is an inverse relationship between what? Yield and the bond price. If the bond price increases, the rate of yield decreases. If the bond price decreases, the rate of interest or the yield increases. I will come again. If the bond price increases, the yield decreases. If the bond price decreases, the rate of yield increases. Inverse relationship between what? The bond price and the yield, rate of yield or interest rate or the yield return, right? So there's an inverse relationship with bond yield and the bond prices, right? Now, what is yield curve? What is a yield curve? See, before coming to a definition, I want to show you this curve. This is the yield curve. The one in blue is normal, the one in gray is flat, the one in yellow is inverted. The question is on inverted topic, but we have to clear with all this. I hope you are with me on this particular thing, the meaning of yield and the relationship of bond yield and bond price. Now, what is yield curve? Yield curve is what? It is a graphical relationship or a graphical representation of what showing the relationship between interest rate, and the bond price. Bond price of what? The maturity of bonds during different tenure of period. For example, let's learn with this graph. On the x-axis there is maturity, number of years. On the y-axis there is yield percentage or interest rate. So when the maturity is like say 6 months, the yield is say 4%, and as the maturity period increases, the yield rate increases. Say here it comes to be 8%. This is a normal yield curve. What is a normal yield curve? When the rate of return is less in the short-term securities and when the rate of return is high in the long-term securities. That is what a normal yield curve. Flat yield curve, when in the short-term securities the interest is high, and when in the long-term securities the interest is less. That is what? An inverted yield curve. So this is what? See, this is the maturity. On x-axis what you have? Maturity in years. In how many years the specific bond or specific security will get mature. So as the time period increases in the normal curve, the rate of interest is increasing. And as the time period shortens, the rate of interest decreases. That is normal. In inverted, what will happen? That as the time period increases, the rate of interest decreases or the yield rate decreases. And as the time period gets shortened, the interest rate or the yield rate increases. This is a difference between normal and inverted. Flat is more or less the rate of return range is same. From short to medium to long term, the rate of return remains consistent. Consistent means it will not be flat 6% or 5%. There will be very less variation. 6%, 6.05%, 5.95%, or 6.1%. More or less, there is very less fluctuation. So this is about the yield curve. If you have any doubt, you can ask. I hope the things are clear. Now come to the statement. Inverted yield curve. It is a situation where long-term interest rates are lower than the short-term interest rate. Simple. Answer is A. Answer is A. Option number B and C have no link with the question or the topic. And the option number D, it is a situation where a dollar becomes stronger than all other currencies. It is the appreciation of dollar, and which we witness at present time. Since Trump have taken the charge, right, as a president of the United States, this is happening. Dollar is getting strengthened against all the currencies. Rupee is getting weakened against dollar, but the weakening of rupee or the strengthening of rupee is happening in vis-a-vis other currencies. So it's not rupee is weakening specifically. It is dollar is getting too much strengthened because of the approach of Donald Trump, make America great again. MAGA, mega. Come to the next question. Next question is, answer to question number 12 is A. 13. As I said, I will link the question number 11 and 13. RER and NER. I will come to this question because before that I will want to talk to concept with you. Right? RER, real exchange rate, and NER, nominal exchange rate. Right? We have discussed in brief what is NER. Right? And now we will discuss NER and RER in detail. This is about nominal exchange rate and real exchange rate. When we say $1 is equal to 85 today, or $1 is equal to rupees 86 today, what is that? That is nominal exchange rate. And what is the factors that determine nominal exchange rate? Nominal exchange rate is determined by who? The market condition. If the demand for dollar is more in India, then the dollar will appreciate and rupee will depreciate. If the flow of dollar is more in India, then rupee will appreciate and dollar will depreciate. It's zero-sum game. Right? The policy of central bank, for example, in present, what is happening in present? When the rupee gets weakened or when the rupee is depreciating, what does the central bank do? Central bank is releasing currencies in the market. A large amount of currency, the reserve that central bank has in terms of dollar, it is released in the market to stop rupee from weakening further. This is the concept of what? NER. NER is what? Nominal exchange rate. Based on what? The demand and supply of foreign currency in the exchange market plus the central bank policy. Real exchange rate. Real exchange rate is calculated with the help of nominal exchange rate only. But what is the difference? Real exchange rate takes into account the price difference of the same basket of goods and services, for example, that we would want to buy in United States, and the price of the same commodity or basket of goods and services in India. So this is the formula. I will come back to RER, definition of RER. E is the nominal exchange rate. P1 is the price of commodities in, say, domestic country, say India, divided by P2. P2 is price of commodities or basket of goods and services in, say, foreign country, say United States. So we compare. The point is, when the nominal exchange rate is inflationally when the inflation is considered or inflation is taken into account into the nominal exchange rate, we get what? RER. RER is the price of the exchange rate at the price differential of two or more countries are taken into account. For example, if there is the price of commodities in India is, say, X, and the same price of commodities in the United States is Y, when we consider the price level difference between two countries and multiply it by what? The nominal exchange rate, we get RER. Now, when RER is equal to 1, that the price are justified. When RER decreases to or less than 1, say RER becomes 0.8 or 0.7, it means the prices in country, say India, is less. So exports will increase. If RER becomes 1.2 greater than 1, what will happen? The prices are increasing in India vis-a-vis United States. So there will be less or there will be no increase in exports. Because why? Because inflation is high in India vis-a-vis United States. This is a simple concept of REIR. REIR is what? Equal to 1, prices are at equilibrium. Greater than 1, the prices are getting more costlier in India comparison to United States. When it is less than 1, that is, prices are cheaper in India comparison to the United States. So exports will increase. So for exports to increase, in case of India, the REIR should be less than 0.8. Only NEER is not responsible for increasing the exports, like in question number 1. There should be linkage with the REIR. REIR should remain equal to 1 or less than 1 for the exports to increase, right? So now come back to the options. If the real exchange rate of the Indian, if the real exchange rate of the Indian rupee with respect to the dollar is equal to 1, then which of the following statement is correct? Equal to 1, REIR is equal to 1, right? Both the currencies are at same purchasing power parity. The answer is A. Purchasing power parity. REIR considers what? The price differentials, right? When the REIR is equal to 1, it means that at purchasing power parity, there is no difference between the price level in the two countries. Second, let's discuss these 3 options as well. 3 options is what? Second option is what? It should be cheaper for the Indians to import goods from the United States. No. It would be cheaper for the Indians to import. Import will be cheaper for India when REIR is greater than 1. When REIR is greater than 1. Then imports will be cheaper for India. And when REIR is less than 1, then exports will be competitive for India, right? The exports from India to the United States will increase. This option D. When REIR is less than 1, real exchange rate. Nominal effective exchange rate is equal to the real effective exchange rate in India. Now, there's a difference between NEER, NER, and NER, RER, and RER. When we talk about NER, nominal exchange rate, and real exchange rate, we compare it to one specific country. Like in our example, we compare it to the United States. When we talk about NER, nominal effective exchange rate, and the real effective exchange rate, we compare it to the weighted average of basket of currencies with which India trade, based on what is our trade level. If our trade level is more, say, with United States and China, they will be given more weightage in NEER and REIR, and EER and RER. So these options also become irrelevant. The answer to this particular option is what? A. Right? A. Both the currencies are at purchasing power parity. Next, short selling in financial market. So first understand this concept and then we'll come to the options. Short selling in Indian market. This topic is very important for this year exam. Why? 2 times it was in major newspapers news. Big news in India. First time, just before the elections result. There's so much fluctuation took place in the share market and there were blames of what? Short selling. Second, linked to the biggest enemy of India, they call it as what? Hindenburg report. Right? And Hindenburg is also what? A short seller. Right? So that's why this concept is very important for this year examination. Now, what is short sell? Let's understand this example. I, as a trader in the share market, say, I don't have the share, but I have a gut feeling, I have information, I have a knowledge, I have my analysis, my observation, whatever. I feel the share of this specific company will fall in, say, after next 1 month. Let's example. After 1 month, the share of X company will fall. I believe that, but I don't have the share. Now what I will do? I will go for short selling or short sell. How will I do that? How will I be doing that? I'm a short seller. I will go to the broker. Now, broker has the shares. I will tell him, please give me, I want to borrow your shares for some time. You will say, okay. I will charge some commission. You take my shares. Say example, I borrowed a shares of X company from a broker. The price of share is say 500 per share. 100 shares I borrowed at 50,000 rupees. You want to buy the share of X company. You think price will increase. I sold this share at a market price, 500 rupees per 500 rupees per share. I sold this share in the market. You purchase this share. 500, fine. So I have borrowed the shares from the broker and sold it in the market. Now, how will I earn, or how I might make loss? After 1 month, the price of the shares comes down to 450. Now, after 1 month, I have to return to the broker. I will go to the market. I purchased share at 450, 100 share, right? 45,000 rupees. I returned those shares to the broker and made a profit of 5,000. Deducting commission and the profit of, say, broker, I will earn a profit of, say, 4,000 or 4,500. Short selling. I don't have the shares. Still, I sold them in the market in the expectation that in the future price will decrease and I will buy those shares from the market and will return it to the broker. Now, the price might go up. The price might increase to 550 or 600. In that case, I might incur loss as well. But this is the mechanism what? The short selling. I don't have the shares, still I am selling them in the market. That is the mechanism of what? By borrowing it from the market, right? And then in the future, I purchase those shares and return it to the broker. That is the mechanism of short selling or short selling of shares. Now come to the option. Which of the following statement best describes short selling in financial market? Selling of share whose payment and delivery take place on the predetermined date. It is a future. What is future? Future is a derivative which can be of a currency, of stock, of mutual fund, of commodity, etc. That in the future I will sell X shares to you at a predetermined price. That is future. Right? You think the price of a share will increase. I believe the price of share will decrease, and we both would get into the agreement that in the X date, or say 30th of say January or 20th of February, I will sell 10 shares of this particular company at a predetermined price on the 28th of February. That is future. Option A is linked to the option D. Future is if there is agreement, I have to supply the share and you have to buy the share. Option D is selling the underlying asset with no obligation to purchase the asset in future. This is option. Option D is option. What is the difference between future and option? In future, you have to sell the share and the buyer has to purchase the share. This is a predetermined agreement. In this agreement has happened, but there is no obligation. I might say, no, I will not buy the shares now. Let it be. Whatever loss I have occurred, I will pay to you. Whatever the price difference, I will pay to you, but I will not buy the share. That is option. Selling of the already owned share in the small quantities. This statement is incorrect, right? Selling of share not owned by the investor and then buying them back for a lesser price. Option is C. In this answer, the option is C. That is the mechanism of short selling, which I have already explained in detail. Next concept, very important, the WPI and the CPI, retail inflation and the wholesale inflation. Why this is in news? Because government is considering replacing what? Government is considering replacing WPI with purchasing power index, PPI, producer price index, sorry. PPI, producer price index. Government is planning to replace WPI with the what? WPI with the PPI, producer price index. The debate is going on till 2003. First time it was debated that we should replace WPI with PPI in 2003. But it took for us 11 years. That is in 2004, we set up a working group to look into the replacement of WPI with or PPI with WPI. So we should move towards the PPI. And why? I will tell you. And majority of the G20 countries follow PPI, producer price index method of calculating the inflation. Right? 2014, the working group was set up. 17 submitted its report. 19, again the working group was set up to review the report of the committee which was submitted in, or the group report which was submitted in the year which 2017. Again it took another 6 years, 2025. Again on 3rd of January, working group is set up to consider and discuss about the replacement of WPI with PPI. PPI should replace what? The WPI. Producer Price Index is still undergoing, whether it will happen or not, but government is very serious about this topic or these issues right now. That's why this question is asked in your examination or your test. Now, I will come back to PPI. First, take the options. Right. First, look at the, before coming into the options, for understand WPI and CPI and then come back to the option. WPI is what? WPI is the indicator of change in prices. It's an index at the wholesale price only of goods. Just point here. Changes of the price of good occurring at the wholesale level. For example, let's consider vegetables. Farmer is a producer. When the farmer brings his produce in the mandi, that is a wholesale price, and when you buy that, that is the consumer price. PPI is the produces the farmer, sold at mandi is a wholesaler, and sold by retailer to you is what? Is a consumer price, right? And this data is released by who? Office of Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. CPI is an indicator of what? Change in prices of goods and services occurring where? At consumer level, released by CSO. I gave the example of a farmer. Farmer being a producer, mandi level being a wholesaler, and when the retailer purchase from the mandi and sell it into the consumer, that is the consumer level, consumer price index. These are the weights. In WPI, 697 commodities, manufacturing has 64.23 weight, and then primary articles have 22.62%, and fuel and power has 13.15. CPI combined, we have food and beverages, the highest. This question can be asked. Little difficult to remember, but logically you should remember all this. Food and beverages has a highest part, 45.86 in CPI. Miscellaneous at 28.3. Miscellaneous means education, health, recreation. So goods and services. This part is what? This part is services in the CPI. Housing 10.07, fuel and light 6.84, clothing and footwear 6.53, pan, tobacco and intoxicant 2.38. These are the important parameters of CPI combined, and these are of WPI. Now, why? And one more thing, WPI does not include what? WPI does not include what? The indirect taxes. CPI include the impact of indirect taxes as well. So the difference between goods and services, the weight of different commodities and services, and the element of taxes, and the organization which calculates the both. These are the major difference between what? WPI and CPI. I'll come back to PPI, Producer Price Index. But first, let's discuss this question. The WPI is dominated by the price of manufactured goods. Is the statement correct? I've shown you the previous slide. Manufacturing, 64.23. Unlike the CPI, WPI does not capture changes in the price of services. Yes, there are no services in the WPI, but there is an element of service where? In the CPI. Wholesale inflation does not generally reflect price movement in all wholesale markets. Yes. Now data. From where did this point came? From where did they both of them calculate or get the data? Right? There's an issue in WPI. What is the issue? WPI sometimes collects the data, for example, of LPG and other commodities from the retail price. So do not reflect the clear picture of the price of commodities at the wholesale price. Sometimes consumer price inflation rate or data is collected by the WPI, which does not give a clear picture of what? The inflation at the wholesale level. And that's why what is happening is, that's why they're planning to replace WPI by what? PPI, Producer Price Index. Why? First, there will be no indirect taxes. Directly or indirectly, sometimes the element of indirect taxes come into the WPI. Second, there is an element of double counting. Thirdly, there is an element of what? In the PPI, in this WPI, there is an element of what? One is indirect tax, second is double counting, third is element of services absent where? Element of services absent in the WPI. So they want to include some service in the PPI. For this reason, the replacement of the WPI with the PPI is being considered. So answer to this question is all the three statement. Answer is D. Next, external benchmark lending rate, EBLR. Friends, there is history of external benchmark lending rate. I have to be a little quick in explaining this statement. Earlier there was prime lending rate. Now what is this? All these rates are. In basic, these rates are what? These rates explain at what interest rate banks will lend loan to its customer. All these rates mean only one meaning. At what rate, rate of interest, banks will lend the loan to its customer. Earlier it was PLR, prime lending rate. That is at what this is a rate at which banks lend to its prime customer. Very important credit worthiness customer. Replaced by benchmark prime lending rate in 2003. Benchmark means let's link it to what some benchmark. Prime lending rate was decided by the bank on its own. But RBI came with the guidelines. You should have certain criteria, cost of funds or another elements you should consider, or repo rate before deciding what the benchmark prime lending rate. But benchmark prime lending rate always used to fall below its the determined rate. So bank came with RBI. Bank means central bank came with proper guidelines. It should be base rate in 2010. Base rate calculates the cost of rate of interest based on cost of funds, the return, the negative return or no return, or the cost of CR, cash reserve ratio, right? Operational cost and profit margin. Four things: cost of funds, cost of CRR, profit margin, and operational cost. Bank have to open branches, have to keep employees. Base rate. But base rate, there was an issue in the base rate. Why? Because base rate was not letting the amount, the benefit transfer to what? In the change of monetary policy. Whenever RBI reduces the interest rate, the base rate was not decreasing. Whenever RBI increases the repo rate or any benchmark rate, the interest rate was not increased. So bank replaced this with marginal cost of funds lending. Now they are similar to base rate, but the difference is the extra funds that RBI, the commercial bank is borrowing from the market. Commercial bank borrowing from the customers, industrialists, RBI, marginal cost of funding, extra fund that bank is taking from the market or from the RBI. What is extra rate that a bank is paying? Marginal cost of fund. Rest is what? Rest is tenor premium, that the longer term loan has more risk. Next is what? Operational cost, profit margin, and negative return on CRR, because banks keep money with what? Cash reserve ratio with the Reserve Bank of India. It gets what? A negative return on that. Based on MCLR was considered. Again, there was weakness with MCLR because the lack of transparency. Secondly, the benefit of monetary policy was not transferred to what? Was transferred to the customers or to the economy at large. So bank external, this RBI came with external benchmark lending rate in 2019. Now this is the rate at which the banks in India calculate its interest rate and lends to its customer. Now come to the now external means something external. External is here repo rate and the treasury bills of 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever the interest rate of the yield rate of treasury bills plus the repo rate. You can consider any of them. Based on that, based on your cost of funds, right? Other criteria, you should calculate the rate of interest, and that should be the minimum rate of interest at which you should give the loan. And as the monetary policy changes of the RBI, that should also decrease accordingly. Now come to the statement. Bank cannot offer loans to customer at lower rate than EBLR. The statement is correct. Bank need to reset the interest rate under the EBLR once every 3 months. Now this has to be keep updating, because as the cost of funds keep changing, at present the banks want more and more deposit to come to them. What they are doing, they're increasing the fixed interest rate on fixed deposit. So the cost of borrowing is increasing, so is the cost of lending increasing, right? Under this, the bank can use repo rate to determine the interest rate. Yes, bank can use repo rate. Bank can use the certain treasury bills as well to benchmark its interest rate to this components. So all the three are correct in this particular statement. Answer is C. Come to the next question. Similar to question number 11 and 13, somewhat similar, the same question. If the United States Federal Reserve increases its interest rate, it may lead to. Now what is happening? So why people from or the financial institution from United States invest in India? The simple reason is what? What is the simple reason? Because they get more return on their investment. Now, the same return or more return is given by who? The Federal Reserve Bank in United States. So the investment that is coming to India might be, so the question is maybe, right, withdrawn from India. First statement is withdrawal of foreign portfolio investment from India. Yes, If they are getting more interest rate or equal interest rate, why to take the risk of exchange rate manipulation or ups and downs? So WFPI will might withdraw from India. First statement is correct. Now second statement will come again. First look at third statement. Appreciation of Indian rupee against US dollar? No. Depreciation. When the more foreign currency is going back, what will happen? Depreciation will happen. So if first statement is correct, third is automatically incorrect. Adoption of expansionary monetary policy by RBI? No. Though, what will happen? Contractionary monetary policy. Why? Because if more dollar is going out, so there are chances that India currency will depreciate. And if contractionary monetary policy or expansionary monetary policy is adopted, what will happen? More flow of funds or money will take place. And if more funds of money will take place, what will happen? Currency will further depreciate. So not expansionary, rather contractionary monetary policy will come into picture. Second and third statements are incorrect. One is correct. So answer is only one. Come to the next question. International Monetary Fund statements. Each member has one vote irrespective of that country's relative economic position. Country must join the World Bank to be eligible to join the IMF. Its member can voluntarily exchange SDR for currencies among themselves. Some information, right? Voting rights are not one nation, one vote, like in United Nations. No, it's not like that. It's like your quota. What is quota? How much money you are giving to IMF. The more money you are giving to the IMF, the more voting rights you have. And what determines quota? Your economic status, your economic position, right? Second, the country's economy quota is decided by relative size in the global economy. Now, as more the quota, more the voting rights. So first statement is incorrect. Every country has no equal voting rights. It depends on the quota. For example, United States voting share is 16.5, Japan is 6.5, Germany 5.3, UK 4.3, France 4.0, China 3.7, India 2.6. Remember this 6-7 countries, they might be asked in a chronological order. Now, first statement is incorrect. Second is also incorrect. Is otherwise. If you want to become a member of World Bank, you have to join the IMF first. Third statement, SDR. SDR is an international reserve asset. It is not a currency. Remember this. Any country, central bank, or any international organization can keep it as a reserve and can exchange in return for another global or international currencies. So third statement is correct. Its member can voluntarily exchange special drawing rights for currencies among themselves. Answer is only one. Only third statement is correct. Prepaid payment instruments. Metro card, I will give the example. ATM card, Paytm wallet, right? And credit card, all these are examples of prepaid payment instruments. They are payment instruments where the value is already stored and that value can be exchanged to buy goods and services. Simple. Paytm, Metro card, ATM card, everything example of what? Prepaid payment system. So internet wallets, magnetic strip cards, credit card, debit card, internet wallets like Paytm, mobile accounts, we have like Mobivic, paper vouchers, smart cards like a Metro card, even the Amazon gift card, Flipkart gift card, which you can use only to buy goods and services only at Amazon and Flipkart. They are also example of what? The prepaid payment instruments. So all the statements are correct. Next question, balance of payment equilibrium. Right, let's understand with this diagram. This is current account, this is capital account. Now, if there is deficit in the current account, right, that amount is met through what? The capital account, right? That's how we are able to add some money to our bank. Our bank means our central bank reserve. But if there is deficit in the capital account, deficit in the current account, that money is sourced from where? Central bank reserves. But when we are not considering or when we are not using the amount of the central bank reserve, when we are able to meet the deficit in current account from the capital account that we have, that is what? Our answer. The sum of its current account and its non-reserve capital account. What is the reserve capital account? That is kept with the central bank. So answer is 3. When the sum of its current bank account and its non-reserve capital account equals 0 is the balance of payment equilibrium. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the session. We'll meet again soon. Thank you so much.
Hello guys, good evening. First of all, I'm hoping that you guys have not become tired after discussing the first 20 questions. So what happens that when we interact with the students, we actually come across two students when it comes to solving the history section for your prelims examination. First are basically those students who have genuine interest in history, right? And they want to know about the history of the great civilization which we have. The second are those students who are just reading the history, the rectification for the sake of clearing the examination, correct? If you guys fall in the second category, I'm not going to blame you either. Because considering when we talk about the history, the magnanimous syllabus which we have, right, ranging from the Paleolithic caves of Bhimbetka to your, let's say, for example, adoption of the idea of Poon Swaraj through Lahore Resolution 1929, obviously the syllabus is really vast. And that basically leaves the students with too much facts, data, and terms to remember. And then apply all of this in the constraint of time. For example, when we are solving the prelims examination, we hardly have 1 minute at our disposal, right? Then the another challenge which a student face is the kind of quantum jumps which you guys have to make in your mind maps to actually do the kind of a time travel. For example, one question can come from your Mauryan dynasty, right, which started from 324 BC and lasted till 180. And then the next question can be about the introduction of permanent settlement system under John Shore and Lord Cornwallis during the time of British rule in the year of 1793. So basically what you are doing, you are just doing a kind of a time travel. So how to actually retain all of this information and then deliver it in such constraint of time? Then, and the challenge which students are facing nowadays, if we look at the kind of the paper which they are devising in the last 2 to 3 years, the mystery of obscure question is one of them. The questions which does not come from any kind of standard sources and thus leave the students spellbound or act as a kind of a bouncer in the real examination. The question which shall be coming in your mind is to how to tackle with all of these challenges. This is where the camp comes at your rescue. For example, what we are going through this camp is that we are actually going to kind of revise the most important sections of history for your thorough revision. Second, what we are going to do is we are actually going to devise some innovative methods to learn all of this magnanimous information and retain it. And third, we will actually be trying to create some madhyam mark, some golden mean path to actually tackle these bouncers as well. Let's try to learn one of such method which we called as weave the story to retain the fact. One question to all of you. How many of you actually know about the Battle of Yorktown 1781? A hint to all of you has been provided through this image which you guys can see, where you guys can recognize a name called as George Washington. Any one of you? Nahi? Koi nahi. See, you guys can recall about the American Revolutionary War, which took place from 1775 to 83. The American Revolutionary War, which actually concluded with the Treaty of Paris, the Peace Treaty of Paris in the year of 1783, where 13 North American colonies actually declared themselves to be independent from the yoke of British imperialism and thus formed the United States of America. One of the major battles of this American Revolutionary War was your Battle of Yorktown. The Battle of Yorktown, which took place in the year of 1781 between two prominent personalities. One of them was George Washington, who was basically the leader of the American revolutionaries and ultimately became what? The first president of United States of America. The second important person in this battle was your Lord Cornwallis, who was basically leading the British army, the resistant army. So now who has been defeated? Lord Cornwallis. So what the Britishers will do with him? They will send him on a punishment posting to a country called as India. Why punishment posting? Because a person of temperate reason coming to a tropical country like India, oh, it's too hot. Now the idea is that when Cornwallis is sailing to our country from Britain via the Cape of Good Hope, he is pondering upon a question. Why? Why these American settlers actually revolted against the parental country of Britain? One of the major reasons which he can actually identify is the kind of non-existence of any kind of vested interest among the American settlers in the British paternal rule, right? So that is what, when he's coming to India, what he's going to do. He's going to create a class of zamindar whose interest aligns with the existence of the British rule, and that is why these zamindars were called as breakwater to the storm by Lord Canvailling during which revolt? The revolt of 1857. And through which system he's going to do that? He's going to introduce the permanent settlement system by creating what? By creating a zamindari class. The idea is where this permanent settlement system is going to be introduced? In the region of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. Why in this particular region? Because of the Battle of Buxar, which took place on 1764 on the specific date of 22nd of October, and after the signing of Treaty of Allahabad, which basically took in the year of 1765 on the specific date of 16th of August, the Britishers had occupied a kind of a political and economic control over these three regions. What we did? We weaved a story to actually retain the information, and how many facts we revise currently in such a short span of time. We revise American Revolutionary War, the Treaty of Paris, the Battle of Yorktown. We devised kind of a method to revise your Battle of Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad, and the permanent settlement system as well. This is exactly the method which we are going to further develop and kind of implement in the first question of the history which you guys solved, right? What is the question asking about? It is basically asking about the intangible cultural heritage. What is intangible cultural heritage? It is basically recognized by the UNESCO under its 2003 convention. And under that particular convention, basically this intangible cultural heritage consists of, let's say, any your folklore, customs, beliefs, or for example, it can be any festivals as well. Now, how to remember so many intangible cultural heritage which exist in our country? What is the idea? The idea is, let's say, for example, let's imagine a kind of a religious person, a very spiritual person, right? Someone who has actually been inspired by the very recent famous IITian Baba. So just following the path of IITian Baba, this religious and spiritual person decide that I am going to attend the Mahakumbh, which is actually taking place where? Currently at Prayagraj, right? Now, as the luck would have it, along with this Mahakumbh, there is another Persian festival which is taking place, and that festival is your Navroz, the Persian New Year. Can any one of you tell me that which was the medieval ruler, medieval Delhi Sultan who introduced this festival in our country? The ruler was basically Balban. So two festivals taking place simultaneously. Now, when this religious person actually attends this Mahakumbh, he comes across various things which he sees there. One is obviously various sages and seers who are practicing yoga and meditation. And he also comes across various shops which are basically kind of selling bronze and copper tools or utensils specifically from the region of Thatharas of Punjab. Now he is a spiritual person. He has reached to Mahakumbh. What he will do there? First of all, he will participate in the Durga Puja of Bengal. Then he will further hear to the Buddhist chanting of Ladakh, the Vedic chanting, as well as he will also take participation in the Kirtan or the Sankirtana of the region of Manipur, right? Now, when he is doing that, he comes across in the evening that, oh, there are some religious plays which are taking place, right? So after listening to Durga Puja, your Buddhist chanting, Vedic chanting and Sankirtana, let's try to attend some religious plays as well, right? For the further spirituality. And for that purpose, he will attend what? The Ram Leela of UP, the Ramman of Uttarakhand, and the two religious plays from the region of Kerala, that is your Kodiyattam and Mudiyattu. And in this religious plays, there are certain folk songs which are actually being played there as well. The folk dances which are taking place. The folk dances such as, for example, Garba of Gujarat, Kalbelia of Rajasthan, as well as the Chhau dance of Odisha. If we will remember this particular spiritual person who has gone to Mahakumbh, along with which Navroz is taking place, you guys will end up remembering all of this information as well just by the process of visualization. What we did? We weaved a story to retain all the important facts, right? Now remember that one of the important component of your prelims examination when it comes to art and culture is the kind of questions which they frame from the current affairs. For example, there was a question which was actually appeared in your prelims 2024, specifically asking about the latest inclusion in this intangible cultural heritage. What was the reason? The reason was that just 5 or 6 months prior to that, in your prelims, in your newspaper, there was a simple heading The heading actually told you that how the Garba of Gujarat has been included in this intangible cultural heritage list. The date was specifically 12th of December. The question basically appeared in the month of June when the prelims took place. So whenever you guys are reading the newspaper and you come across certain portions which are very much relevant for your examination as well, you have to take the cognizance of that as well, right? Such as, for example, the article also tells us that how currently in this intangible cultural heritage list, there are 704 elements corresponding to 5 regions and 143 countries, right? 15 of them are in our country, which we have just revised. Now let's try to devise another method. That is, for example, let's say if we have to kind of retain a factual information. The idea is that if we see any kind of visual representation of that, we can actually retain it for a much longer period of time. Okay? Such as, for example, let's say if we have to call about the various ports which we come across, the Sangam age, right? Some of you might wonder that what is this Sangam age, right? So earlier we used to think that the political and the urban history, specifically in the peninsular India, that started from the specific year of 300 BC. This is where the time period which we attribute to the various Sangams which took place. Sangams were basically the poetic assemblies, all of them which took place under which dynasty? Under the Pandyan rulers. The first and the third actually took place at Madurai, and the second Sangam actually took place at a place called as Kapadpuram in the region of Tamil Nadu. In these Sangam assemblies, there were various kind of text, religious, cultural, spiritual, which were actually devised. For example, you guys can recall about your Ettu Togai, the 8 works, or for example, Pattu Pattu. Both of these are basically divided into 2 categories. One is your Aham. Aham is important. What is important in our life? The love. Second is Puram. Puram deals with what? Valor, war, etc. Then there is your text, such as, for example, the 2 epics of South India. So, for example, when it comes to North India, Sanskrit literature, we have 2 epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana. Similarly, there are 2 epics in South India. One of them is your Silappadigaram, which was written by Ilango Adigal. And the second is your Mani Meglai, which was written by Satta Nar. So all of these texts basically act as what? As a kind of information for these Sangam dynasties, and such as, for example, your Cheras, Cholas, Pandyas, etc. Now remember that one of the important aspects of the economy of these Sangam dynasties or Sangam assemblies were the ports which these dynasties were controlling. What were the ports which were under them? For example, there was your port of Motupalli, which was under your Kakatiya dynasty. The 2 important ports which Cholas were controlling were your Arikamedu and Pumpuhar. Then, for example, Pandyas, they were controlling the region of your Tuticorin and Korkai. Then, for example, Cheras were controlling the ports of Calicut and Mujiris. Some important ports which were under Satavahanas were your Bhrigu Kach or the modern day Baroch, the port of Kalyani, and Suparka, which is the modern day Sopar. The idea is that if we have learnt about all of these ports, we could have easily reached to the answer, and that is all 4 pairs are correctly matched in this, right? Remember that there was very prominent trade which was taking place through this port, right? For example, if we refer to the accounts of Zhuangzang, who came to our country during the time period of 629 to 645 C, under which ruler? Under the Pushyabhuti ruler Harshvardhana. So he basically tells about the magnanimous trade which is taking place across these ports, the trade of what? Pearls, gems, the various kind of spices, cardamom, paper, etc. As well as, for example, the majority of them being the cotton textile, the silk and all. So if we refer to this Silappadigaram, right, written by Ilango Adigal, it basically talks about a kind of a cotton merchant community which is living in the region of Madurai. And that is basically trading those stocked cotton from which port? From this port of Pumpuhar or Puhar, right? Now, some of you might be wondering that, okay, is this important to learn such factual information, such ports when we are covering the economy? The answer is yes, because UPSC took the cognizance of it and it asked a question specifically mentioning these and asking what are they, right? Can any one of you just comment down if now you can actually identify this, right? Now it seems very easy. Moving to the next question. The next question actually talked us or asked us about a particular term. The term is aporreia. Okay? Another method now which we'll try to devise is to dissect the term itself to get to its meaning, right? For example, here, what does Paurush stands for? Paurush stands for basically a kind of a human being like you and me. So then what does aporreia will stand for? It will basically stand for something which is not human. So something which is actually divine. In this context of divinity, let's try to understand a little about the oldest text which exists in the world, and that is called as Rig Veda. The term Ved basically derives from its root word, which is Vid, or that basically means to have knowledge, right? Now, these Vedas were basically compiled during the time period of 1500 to 1000 BC, and they form part of what? They form part of Shruti literature. So they were basically passed from one generation to another. And the only Shakha or the branch of this Veda which exists today, even today, that is which branch? The branch of Sakalya. So the idea is that there exist 4 Vedas. I hope you guys are already knowing about it. That is your Rig Ved, Athar Ved, Yajur Ved, and Sam Ved. Rig Ved is considered to be the oldest among all of this and is composed of 1028 hymns or shuktas. And that is basically divided into 10 books or basically 10 mandalas. So let's kind of term them from 1 to 10. Out of this 10, 2 to 7 is considered to be the oldest of the books and the family books as well. Now, one of you might think that's why this is being called as a family book. The answer to that is because these books, these oldest 2 to 7 Rig Vedic books, are considered to be devised by the family of the Sapta Rishis, the Maharishis, right? Sapta Rishis is, for example, your Vasisht, Bharadwaj, Vasumitra, etc. So let's take example of this Bharadwaj. Bharadwaj is considered to be the creator of the 6th mandala or the 6th book. So when he is writing this particular 6th mandala, he is attributed to kind of derive all of this information from where? From God. For example, you guys can recall about another text called as Charak Samhita. Charak Samhita, which basically deals with your medicine and Ayurveda. So that attributes that a lot of medical information or let's say medical formulas has been attributed to whom? To Bharadwaj. And from where Bharadwaj has been said to kind of got all of this information from the Lord of the kind of the king of the Lord, and that is Lord Indra himself. So can we say that the information or the hymns and the shuktas of the Rig Veda is being sourced from the divinity himself? And thus that is not written by humans, and thus can we call it as Aparishya? The answer is yes, right? Remember, if you guys are reading Mahabharata, you guys hear about Dronacharya. Who was the father of Dronacharya? The Rishi Bharadwaj himself. So let's say, for example, I am reading Veda, right? And I'm a poor farmer. Let's say, for example, just imagine for a moment that I am a poor farmer. We don't have to imagine because I am. But the answer is that let's say, for example, if I am kind of following all of these rituals and sacrifices, which has been written in these Vedas. But even after that, I'm not accumulating any kind of wealth. So I will start, kind of having a question in my mind that what is the use of all these rituals and sacrifices? So there is a need to have or kind of add a philosophical context to all of this, and that's where the kind of limbs of Vedas comes. For example, Brahmanas. Brahmanas basically deals with what? It deals with the kind of the detail about the rituals and sacrifices. Then comes your Aranyakas, which basically tells us about in detail about the practices of the tribal people who Aryans might came across. Then comes, for example, your Upanishads. Upanishads deals with the philosophical concepts of Atman and Brahman, Purush and Prakriti. And then comes your Vedangas, which are basically the kind of a limb of Vedas, right? For example, the Vyakaran or the grammar of it, right? The astronomy or Jyotish of it. The idea is that we know now about Aranyakas and Upanishads as well. We are left with one term in the question, and that is Tripitakas. Tripitakas were basically the canonical literature of the Buddhism. So, for example, there were 2 canonical literature which was compiled in the first Buddhist council itself, which took place where at Rajgir, under which ruler? Haranka dynasty ruler Ajatashatru, right? Just in the very same year when Buddha died actually. And it was presided by whom? Mahakasapa. Led to what? Compilation of 2 texts. First was Sutta Pitaka, which was basically the kind of the religious discourse of Gautam Buddha himself, what he had said. And second, there was your Vinay Pitaka, or the rules which shall be followed by the Buddhist monks. Then comes your third Buddhist council, takes place where Pataliputra, under which King Ashoka, who ruled from 268 to 232 BC, presided by whom? His friend Mogliputra Tissa. And that led to the compilation of what? The philosophical text, and that philosophical text is your Abhidham Pitaka, right? All of this information is actually very important for your prelims examination. So if you guys want, you guys can take a screenshot of it or can just note that down. Moving to the next question. Before that, we'll try to now work upon the fourth segment, the fourth method which we have devised, and that is to calculate the probability of a statement just being correct or not without having detailed information about it, just by our common sense. Okay, let's try that. Idea is there is this PYQ. The first statement says or talks about a particular temple, that is Chaucer Yogini temple, which was in the news at that point of time because of the creation of new parliament. So the first statement says that it is a circular temple built during the reign of this particular dynasty. Might be correct or incorrect, we don't know. Second statement says that it is the only circular temple built in India. Only circular temple. 28 states, 9 union territories, more than 1 lakh gods which we have. Might be having more than 10 lakh temples. Only circular temple. What is the probability which comes in your mind about this statement being correct? Very low. Can we take this statement as incorrect statement? If we remove the second statement, can we get directly to the answer? Let's try to apply the very same template in this year's paper. The first statement says that there are no parables in Upanishad. Parable basically means a katha. So 108 Upanishad, 18 Maha Upanishad. What is the probability that there might not be one parable in any of them? Right? Ek ho sakta hai. The irony is that there exists an Upanishad called as Kathopanishad. The name of the Upanishad itself contains a parable. So can we consider the first statement as incorrect? The probability of that is really low. Now let's try to apply the very same in the question which you guys have just solved. The first statement says that the name of Ashoka was not mentioned in any of the inscription. So many major inscriptions, so many minor inscriptions. At least one of the inscription of Ashoka might be having his name. Correct? Second is they were written only in the Brahmi script. So just look at the extent of this Ashoka's inscription, right? Basically, Ashoka used this inscription as a kind of a tool to propagate his religious and political policies, and also used it as a kind of a platform for the public messaging, just like how our current Honorable Prime Minister used it in Man Ki Baat, in a very same manner. And these kind of inscriptions were basically what? These inscriptions were created from a monolithic sandstone. So basically one structure of the rock was cut. Basically this rock was being devised from your Chunar sandstone near in the vicinity of Varanasi, or for example your Mathura. So the idea is that when all of this is being devised, right, these inscriptions are being created, let's start asking ourselves some questions. First is, does all inscriptions or all pillars have got this inscription? The answer is no. So you guys might come across certain pillars which only have animal motifs, right? They are called as capital. For example, you guys can find the bull capital at Rampur here, or for example, you guys can find the elephant capital at Dholi here, right? The idea is that among these inscriptions, there are certain inscriptions which actually contains the name of the Ashoka, and that inscription you guys will find here at Musky. At the same time, there are certain inscriptions which has contained the image of the Ashoka as well. If any one of you know, can just comment in the comment box. The idea is that when we are talking about these inscriptions, so have you guys seen that whenever our Prime Minister visits to any states of Northeast, what he does? He actually kinds of adorns the attire of that Northeast state. Or for example, he talks, or when he starts his speech, he talks in the language of those states. So the idea is what? He's trying to establish a much closer connection with the people there. The same policy was also adopted by Ashoka. The idea is, when he is releasing the inscription in the region of Shahbazgadi or Manshehra, he is creating those inscriptions in the language which was being spoken by the people at that point of time, and that was Kharoshti. In the region of your Lampala or Lagman, the Aramaic language was used. So obviously not only in the Brahmi script. The idea is that when we analyze the PYQ, many of the students have this doubt that how to actually effectively utilize the PYQs. So when we see the PYQs of even the last 3 to 4 years, we see that there are repeated questions which are being asked upon the Ashoka's inscription, and thus it becomes imperative for a student to learn and focus upon these sections. This is your Musky inscription, which specifically states that the name of Ashoka. In other inscription, it is mentioned as Devnam Piyadasi, or the dearest to the god. In Musky inscription, the Rayo Ashoka or the King Ashoka appears. And the image of the Ashoka actually appears where? In the Kangan Halli inscription, a PYQ. And if we have learned about this particular map, the location, it would have given us directly 2 marks in this particular question. If any one of you can solve this particular question after looking at the map, please comment your answer in the comment box. Moving to the next question, where we talk about that how even the vocabulary or the creation, the design of the question is also important to solve it. For example, here the question is asking about the Indus Valley civilization, the mature phase of which lasted from 2750 BC to 1800 BC. The question here basically tells us about a specific method which these Indus Valley civilization people were using to create certain kind of a sculpture. The method is called as Sire Perdue method. What is Sire Perdue method? Sire Perdue method is basically that, let's say what we are going to do, we are going to take a wax and we are going to give it a shape, right? Let's say, for example, if we want a shape of this dancing girl, so we are going to create that shape in a wax. Then we are going to cover that wax with the various kind of layers of clay, and then we will start heating that particular structure. So what will happen, the clay will start losing the moisture, and over a period of time this wax will kind of melt away, and it will leave the mold which we want, the kind of the shape of this dancing girl. And then the molten metal, let's say for example that molten metal can be bronze, which is a kind of a alloy of zinc and copper, so that will be poured into it, and over a period of time after solidifying it will take the shape of this bronze statue. Some of you will be like, sir, seems like a very old technique. Who might be using it today? So you guys can actually learn about the dhokra art. The dhokra art, which is actually practiced by the various tribes of the modern day Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, where they use this very same technique of Sire Perdue or lost wax technique. The idea is that if we have this little information about this Sire Perdue method or the lost wax technique, we know that the use of molten metal is taking place. Just by that, we see that there is one metal which is already mentioned in the statement itself. This has to be the correct answer, because Pashupati is being devised on a seed, bearded priest has been carved on a stone, and mother goddess is nothing but a sculpture. How we came to this information? By reading the very same basic NCERTs, nothing, no very specific source on that, right? So when we are reading our NCERTs, we come across the prominent city of Mohenjo-daro on the bank of Indus River. And there are certain characteristic feature of Mohenjo-daro, such as, for example, the great bath, the planned layout with grid pattern, the mother goddess, the dancing girl, your bearded priest, and Pashupati seal. Similarly, there are certain various other important characteristic feature of the various other Indus Valley civilization sites which you guys should know about, right? For example, if you talk about Harappa, situated on the right bank of Ravi River, you should know that the great granary existed here. When it comes to Kalibangan on the bank of Ghaggar River, right, the kind of terracotta bangles which we get from there, or the fire altars, right? There are only two sites in Indus Valley civilization where we actually find the plot field. One is Kalibangan. One I am giving you as a kind of a task of the day. Find out the second Indus Valley civilization site which actually shows the plot field. Then we see a kind of a plot terracotta model from the region of Banavali. Lodal, very recently in the news, has been declared as a maritime heritage complex which will be created here by the government of India. What we see here, a dockyard, a bazaar street. Then comes, for example, your Dholavira on the Kadir Island in Run of Kutch, where we actually see kind of the water reservoirs which has been created there. A signboard which actually declares a kind of a announcement about this particular site of Dholavira. Then obviously your Rakhi Gadi, the region of Rakhi Gadi, where very recently the DNA analysis of the skeletons has been done, and a very prominent discovery has been made that there was no steppe pastoral genes which was found from these skeletons, thus kind of debunking the theory of the Aryan invasion which led to the decline of this civilization, right? You guys can again note down all of this important information which is being provided to you as a value addition for the prelims 2025. Moving to the next question, where we are going to be kind of facing certain terms which has been given to us. Okay. Here what we are going to do, we are going to revert back to the first method which we applied, and that was our story method. The story method here is basically we are going to learn about, there is a text of Buddhism called as Brahm Jal Sutta. This Brahm Jal Sutta text actually tells us that in your Mahajanpada period time, there was existing 63 school of philosophies in our country. And all of them were actually meeting, having a kind of a religious discourse and debates which were taking place. That particular place used to be called as a Kutagrashala, a term which has been given in your new NCERTs. Now, among these 63 school of philosophies, there existed a very prominent school, and that school is called as Shraman school or the heterodox school. What was this Shraman tradition? The Shraman tradition was basically the idea that there were certain schools which started criticizing the Vedic practices, the rituals, the sacrifices, etc. So because of that, because of this criticism of the Vedic practices, they actually focused much more upon the personal renunciation, right? The idea that you should actually do the kind of practices by yourself on individual level. The idea is that when these shaman traditions, the three major shaman traditions which existed at that point of time, they were what? They were your Ajivikas, Jainism and Buddhism. One of them was very prominent, Jainism, and one of the prominent Jain saint was your Mahavir, right? Vardhaman Mahavir, who actually lived from the year of 599 to 525 BC, thus making him kind of a very prominent contemporary of Gautam Buddha. Now, Mahavir was actually born at a place called as Kundal Gram Vaishali in the Janatrika clan. Some of you might be wondering that, sir, why we are not calling Mahavir as the founder of Jainism. There is a very specific reason for that. That in Jainism, we kind of worship 24 Tirthankaras or Mahasaints. The first of them was actually Rishabhnath. So not Mahavir. Mahavir is not considered as the founder. Now, Mahavir actually kind of renounced the materialistic world at the age of 30 years, and thus he became what? A Pravajaka or a wanderer. And then he wandered for almost 12.5 years, lived the life of an ascetic, and thus he attained the enlightenment or Keval Janana, right? And after attaining this enlightenment, he became what? He became a Siddha Purush, an Arihant, right? He got the liberation, right? Where, at which particular place he got this liberation? At Jrimbhigram on the bank of Riju Palika river. So after getting the enlightenment, he gave his first sermon to, at which particular place? At Pavapuri, where currently this Pavapuri is in the district of Nalanda in Bihar. So he gave his first sermon to the 11 Gandharas. The leader of these 11 Gandharas was basically your Indrabhuti Gautam. And to these 11 Gandharas, or his first 11 disciples, he told them about the three jewels of Jainism. What was that? Samyak Darshana, or to have a kind of a right faith, to have Samyak Gan, or to have the right knowledge, as well as to have a Samyak Charit, or to have a right character. So this was basically the philosophy, along with the 5 tenets of Jainism or Mahavrata of Jainism, right? So for example, Asteya, don't steal. Aparigraha, follow the path of renunciation. Or for example, the Ahimsa, non-violence, Satya, truthfulness, right? And Brahmacharya or celibacy, it is said that the concept of celibacy or Brahmacharya was the only concept or the only Mahavrat added by Mahavir. Rest of them were actually added by whom? By the 23rd Tirthankara, whose name was Parshav Nath. Do not confuse these 3 jewels with the 3 jewels of Buddhism, which are actually Buddha himself, the Dham which was established by the Buddha after the first sermon which he gave at Sarnath, and the third is your Sangh, the monastic order which he established. And Buddha also had 5 disciples, like 11 Gandharas of Mahavir. His 5 disciples' name was, for example, your Kaundinya, Bhadrika, Vashpa, Mahanaman, and Ashwajit. So all of this factual information you guys can note down. Then, moving forward to the next question, we come across a dynasty. The dynasty's name is basically Rashtrakuta. Rashtrakuta rule started in which year? In the year of 753 CE. We should always learn about the founder of any dynasty. So the founder of Rashtrakuta was Danti Durg, who actually kind of acquired the Gulbarga district of the region of North Karnataka of today and created the capital of Manyakheta or Malkhed. One of the very prominent ruler of this dynasty was your Amogh Varsha. Amogh Varsha, who ruled from 814 to 878 CE. And he is also called as the Ashoka of South. Can anyone of you tell me why? Because of the kind of the socio-cultural development which took place during the time period of Amogh Varsha, specifically in the field of Kannada literature. So for example, there was your Mahavir Charya. He wrote Ganit Samagra Sara. Or for example, there was your Acharya Jeen Suri. So he basically wrote the Mahapuran. And similarly, Amogh Varsha wrote a very prominent book called as Kavi Raj Marg. And this is considered to be the earliest extant literary book in the language of Kannada. In which century? 9th century CE. Then there is another prominent Rashtrakuta ruler. His name is Govinda III. So Govinda III was the person who actually participated on the behalf of Rashtrakuta in the tripartite struggle of Kannauj. Can any one of you tell me in the comment box who were the other 2 dynasties which took participation in the struggle of Kannauj? And finally and ultimately, there was your Krishna one. Krishnavan was the person who created the much famous Kailasnath temple at Ellora. And these Rashtrakutas, they basically divided their administration into various provinces, which they called as Rashtra. And these Rashtras were kind of led by whom? By the Rashtrapati. Under the provinces, these large states, there used to be kind of Vishay, right? The smaller provinces. These Vishays were basically held by either your Vishaypati, Uparika, Lokpal, or Goptri. Then there comes your Bhukti or district, led by whom? Bhogpatis. Under this district, there were various blocks of villages called as Vithi, Pathak, and Petha. And among these villages, who was the leader? The leader was basically the small villages, that was Gram, and that was led by Gramika or Grampati. So this is the kind of administrative structure of Rashtrakutas, which you guys can note down. Moving to the next question, we are going to talk about the establishment of the various European powers in our country in a very succinct manner. The first we are going to talk about the Dutch. So the Dutch was basically a joint stock company. They were basically the second European country to arrive in our country after the Portuguese. So the arrival of Portuguese is marked by the arrival of Vasco da Gama, specific date of 17th of May 1498. Then came your Dutch, in which year? Specifically in the year of 1605, where they established their first factory where at Masulipatam. Then came the year of 1609, where they actually got the permission to establish a factory at Pulicat. And then they actually established in the year of 1658, they acquired a very prominent port called as Nagpattinam from whom? From Portuguese and not from the East India Company, right? So basically we can say that the second statement is incorrect. 1667, they signed Treaty of Breda with the British EIC. They say that, okay, see, we don't have that much of interest in the India. We are actually going to focus more upon the Spice Islands of Java and Indonesia. If the Britishers want, they can actually, kind of create joint factories in the region of India at that point of time. Second statement is incorrect. Coming to the history of Pondicherry. First of all, the kind of European power which kind of acquired any particular territory here was Portuguese in the year of 1614 C. Then it was also briefly captured by the Dutch, the second power. Ultimately, it was Sher Khan Lodi which granted the French governor at that point of time, Francis Martin, in the year of 1673, the territory of Pondicherry to create a trade base. And this governor, Sher Khan Lodi, was the governor under which Sultanate? Under the Sultan of Bijapur. So the first statement is correct. Then there will be a kind of a war which will take place in Europe, right, called as the War of Great Alliance, where the Dutch and the British, they will fight against the France. Ultimately, the Treaty of Ryswick will be signed in 1697, where the Dutch will again restore the Pondicherry to the French. Coming to the third statement. So the English East India Company was formed on the specific date of 31st of December 1600 by the charter issued by Queen Elizabeth I. And thus, by the year of 1608, we see the William Hawkins in the court of Mughal Emperor Jahangir, asking that, sir, please give me some kind of trade right to do here. He actually will learn as a very shrewd diplomat the language of Turkey, which was the language of Jahangir as well. So he will start interacting with Jahangir. Jahangir will be impressed, and in the year of 1609, he will be appointed as a Mansabdar of 400 soldiers and ultimately will be given a kind of a trade right. But now when these Britishers are arriving in the Arabian Sea, they are facing a stiff competition from whom? From the Portuguese. Why? Because Portuguese have created a blue water policy under Francisco de Almeida. So the idea is that because of that policy, the Britishers are not able to establish their stronghold in the Arabian Sea. However, the tide will turn. In which year? In the year of 1612, where in the Battle of Swally, the Thomas Best will end up defeating the Portuguese ships, and thus Jahangir will realize that, wait a minute, the enemy of an enemy is actually a friend. And thus he will grant the Britishers to create their first permanent factory at which particular place? At Surat. Why permanent? Because before that there was a kind of a temporary trading establishment which was created by the British East India Company in the region of Masulipatam. Then comes the second envoy of the Britishers, Thomas Roe. He will actually gain the permission to create factories at Agra, Ahmedabad and Bharuch. Just try to solve this particular prelims question on the basis of this small information which we have learned right now. See how easy actually it is if you learn it in a story way to solve these kind of difficult questions. Moving to the year of 1626, where the first fortified factory was created at Armagaon, Pulicat. Comes the year of 1632. The Britishers get the Golden Farman by whom? By the Golconda Sultan Abdullah Qutub Shah. So now they have got the permission to trade in the region of Deccan. Comes year of 1633, they will create their first factory at the east coast. At which place? At Hariharpur, Balasore. Then comes the year of 1639. They get the right of a port, small port called as Madras Pattinam. Madras Patnam will, over a period of time, where the Saint Fort George will be established, and that will eventually become the modern day Chennai, which you guys are seeing today. Then they have reached to the region of Bengal by the year of 1651, a factory at Hooghly. And ultimately, the year will come, 1661, where the Treaty of Whitehall was signed. So you guys think that, okay, only Indians are the culprit of taking and giving dowry? The answer is no. There was a marriage alliance which was created between Portugal and the Britain, right? So there was the kind of King John. So King John basically kind of married the Princess Catherine of Braganza. And that, in the dowry, what Britishers got? They got the region of Bombay in India and Tangier in North Africa. Britishers promised that, okay, if the Portugal is going to fight the war with Spain, we are going to help you with our army. So with this, if we know the Treaty of Whitehall, we know that the region of Bombay was given to the Britishers by the Portuguese under a specific marriage treaty, and thus it was not acquired by them by defeating the Marathas. So only one statement is correct. Simple three storylines, and we have kind of learned a lot about the establishment of Europeans in our country. Similarly, another trend which will follow, and that is now with the Gandhi's political maneuver in the early 4 years of his coming back to India. So he arrived in India on 9th of January 1915. From having a kind of leading a non-cooperation movement in the region of Africa. So now when he's actually arriving in our country on 9th of January 1915, which we now celebrate as Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, in the very same time period, the World War I has started, and that has led to the Britishers passing kind of a Defense of India Act 1915, under which they basically curbed the right of freedom of speech and expression. They said that, okay, you guys cannot do any kind of seditious activity against the Britishers, right? So the idea is what? Let's say, for example, if you raise the voice against the Britishers, we are going to arrest you and we are going to put you in the jail without any trial, and there will be no jury as well. You have no right to know about, let's say, for example, who has accused you, what are the charges against you. All that seems a bit of fine in the backdrop of World War I, which was the first case under which it was actually applied, this Defense of India Act 1915, under the Lahore conspiracy trial against the Ghadar Party revolution. Now, when the World War I is taking place, the Gandhi has started kind of igniting the masses about the political and national consciousness, such as, for example, the important session of Lucknow session will take place 1916. So you guys can recall about the Lucknow Pact, right, which will actually eventually bring the extremists and the moderate section together after the Surat Split of 1907. So now the Congress and Muslim League has also joined hands. And in the very same session, in the back, there is sitting a very normal person called as Mahatma Gandhi, who will be approached by a indigo peasant, Rajkumar Shukla. He will say, sir, that we are having a problem back in Bihar. Gandhi will be like, what is the problem? Rajkumar Shukla will be like, sir, we are actually facing a Tinkatia system. These British planters are actually forcing us to kind of grow indigo on the 3 out of the 20th part of our land. Gandhi will say that, okay, I'm going to come at your rescue, and he will come and launch the first non-cooperation movement with the British government, leading to the wide success of Champaran Satyagraha in the year of 1917, ultimately kind of providing an impetus for the peasants to join the national movement. Similarly, he will also raise the demand of the laborers, of their demand of the 50% plague bonus, where Ahmedabad mill strike. Comes your Kheda peasant Satyagraha, he tells the peasant, do not cooperate, just do not pay the taxes. So with all of this, can we say that Gandhi's stature as a national leader has risen above? The answer is yes. And thus, when the government is going to come with an act, right, named upon the creator of the act, that was Sidney Rowlatt Act of 1919, where even now if the World War I has ended, the Britishers are saying that we are going to curb your freedom of speech and expression. We can still arrest you without trial and keep you in the prison for 2 years. Gandhi is saying that that is basically a kind of a violation of our freedom of speech and expression, and thus he is going to launch a Satyagraha Sabha 1990, right, where it was launched in the Bombay in Maharashtra. The idea is that now when this Satyagraha Sabha is launched, the Gandhi will call upon for a nationwide hartal, and a major resonance of that will be seen in the region of Punjab, where the political leaders like Saifuddin Kichliu, Satyapal, they will actually be arrested by the Britishers. And the kind of the lieutenant governor at that point of time, Michael O'Dyer, so he will eventually kind of release the the CRPC 144. So he will say that now there is no kind of public meeting which can take place. Ultimately, there was a public gathering which was taking place on the specific date of 13th of April 1919, where at Jallianwala Bagh, where there were also kind of political activists who were taking participation, and the Brigadier General at that point of time, Reginald Dyer, will eventually call upon to shoot, leading to the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. So Satyagraha Sabha was launched by Gandhi in the response to what? In the response to the Rowlatt Act 1990. After Jallianwala Bagh massacre, the Gandhi will eventually kind of return the Kesar-e-Hind title which was given to him during his effort of Boer War, right? With this, we have reached to the last question for our history section, and that is about a Tattva Bodhini Sabha. So you guys can actually recall about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, considered as the maker of modern India by Surendranath Banerjee. So he was actually the person who took up the criticism of Indian civilization by the British missionaries, such as, for example, William Carey. He said that yes, there are certain decadent customs which has been kind of enrobed in our Indian culture and religion, such as, for example, the practice of Kulin polygamy, or for example, the concept of various kind of caste discriminations which are taking place, the concept of child marriage, the kind of the destitute state of the widow woman which existed at that point of time. And all of that has actually led to the kind of degradation of Indian culture. And thus Raja Ram Mohan Roy said that India is going to find modernity, but in our ancient past and not imbibed from the Western model of modernity. Thus, for propagation of the monotheistic idols of Vedanta and Upanishad, Raja Ram Mohan Roy is going to create a Sabha which is called as Atmiya Sabha 1840, which over a period of time is going to devolve into what? Evolve into the Brahmo Sabha 1828. But Raja Ram Mohan Roy actually died in the year of 1833. It was with the effort of Brahmo Sabha 1828 that the kind of the abolition of sati took place in the year of 1829. Can anyone tell me in the comment box who was the Governor General of Bengal at that point of time, who will eventually become the first Governor General of India? Now, after the death of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, what is happening? That there is a kind of a decadent of what? Of the Brahmo Sabha which was created by the Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So there will come Debendranath Tagore, who will create a Sabha called as Tattva Bodhini Sabha, in which year? In the year of 1839, to promote the idols of Vedanta and Upanishad, just like Brahmo Sabha of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. And this will eventually, this Tattva Bodhini Sabha and Brahmo Sabha, which existed in a very minute faction at that point of time, will evolve again back into the Brahmo Samaj of 1842, also with the effort of two more prominent personalities. One was your Ashwini Kumar Dutt and the other was your Ishwar Chand Vidya Sagar. So, under your Tattva Bodhini Sabha, can we say that it was established by Debendranath Tagore? The answer is yes, not by Surendranath Banerjee. Second, it aimed to spread the knowledge of Shastras and the Vedantas. The answer is yes. Is it going to work for the public welfare and the political awakening? The answer is absolutely yes. So here, which strategy we are applying? We are basically kind of applying the strategy of the kind of calculating the probability of the statements. Okay. So with this, we have reached to the end of discussion for our history section. The next section is going to be about geography, which will be taken by Subhi ma'am. So stay tuned, and all the best.
Pen. Hello students, hello everyone. After this superb discussion of history, let's start or delve deep into the geography portion. I hope your geography portion was good, well attempted. And as far as geography is concerned, in UPSC, as we have seen in the PYQ pattern, more or less the geography questions are very static, very basic also, and 80 to 90% can be covered directly from NCRTs and GC Leong. Also, we'll do some conceptual analysis, we'll do some concepts related, whatever the doubts major students face, we'll deal in today's video, okay? Now, starting with the very first question of geography, that geostrophic winds is a wind pattern that results from the balance between. Now, you have the four options. Okay. Now, let's discuss what are the geostrophic winds. So, geostrophic winds are the winds that prevail aloft, means on not on the surface, but on the higher or the upper troposphere. So, what are the conditions prevailing at equator? at equator, due to the intense solar radiation, what happen is warm air rises up, and due to this rising of the air, what this rising of the air does is it compacts or packs up the air which is available aloft. Okay, so it is rising, warming air, it is rising, and it is compressing this available air aloft. What is the condition at poles? So this poles area or the polar area, these are very colder areas, and due to the very less temperature or the lower temperatures, the cold air sinks down. So what is happening over here? The colder air is sinking. It means if all the air is sinking down, some vacuum, or you can say this air is rarefied aloft. So what is happening over here? Comparatively low pressure is created due to the rarefication of the air, because the dense air has sink down, and at equator this rising air has compacted the air aloft. So comparatively high pressure is generated over here. Okay, now what we are seeing, that at equator we have high pressure and at poles we have low pressure. These are isobars of high pressure and low pressure. Okay, now this is pressure gradient force. We know that winds move from high pressure to low pressure. So this is the PGF, the pressure or the force that pushes the air from the high pressure to low pressure. Now we know that all these things are happening aloft, and on the higher or the upper troposphere we do not feel the frictional force. Why? Because there are no irregularities of the surface of earth, no topography that has created hindrance aloft. So due to the negligent frictional force over there, the wind's velocities are very high. Now winds will move at a very high velocity in the upper troposphere. But we also know that nothing is happening in the isolation. Some external force is also happening or is also experiencing by these winds. What are those? These are the Coriolis force. So this is the PGF, and this is the Coriolis force that is applying on this, because we know that Coriolis force applies perpendicular to the PGF. Okay, this is Coriolis force. Now, because of the negligent frictional force or the zero frictional force, these winds are of the very high velocity. And we know that more the velocity of the winds, more will be the deflection due to Coriolis force. So what is happening? These winds are gaining the wind, and this deflection is also increasing. So these winds are feeling the deflection due to increased Coriolis force. Now finally, what they will settle? These are the high moving winds, and finally it will settle over here when this Coriolis force is totally balancing this PGF. Now this is the wind direction. Now what we are seeing is, this is the wind direction which are parallel to the isobars. So this is the condition prevailing aloft. Okay, or you can see like this, that these are the winds applying and this is the Coriolis force. This is PGF. So what is happening? As the winds are gaining speed, this Coriolis force is increasing. Like with the length of this arrow, I am showing the Coriolis force intensity, or you can say the measure, the Coriolis force is increasing, and more the deflection is increasing. So what it is resulting into? It is resulting into this. Finally, it will move like this, and the Coriolis force applies like this. Okay, so that is why, although this is high pressure and this is low pressure, wind has to move like this, but due to these availability of these winds or the presence of these winds aloft, it means no frictional force and No frictional force means high velocities. High velocity means high Coriolis force. High Coriolis force means high deflection. And finally, they will settle when the PGF is totally balanced by the Coriolis force. That is why this is Earth. That is why we do not see upper atmospheric or upper tropospheric winds as like this. Instead, like these. What we say as these westerlies. Now you got the concept behind this westerlies, upper atmospheric westerlies, upper tropospheric westerlies, or these are only termed as the geostrophic winds. Okay. Now the answer is, this is not the answer. The first is not the answer. Third is not the answer. Coriolis force and PGF. When the PGF is totally balanced by the Coriolis force and the wind direction is parallel to the isobars. Okay. Now moving to the next question. Before than that, just see that these are the PYQs that have been associated with these type of concept what we are already dealing in our tests. So in 2024, very basic, very static question has been asked in UPSC prelims with reference to Coriolis force. Which of the following statement is correct? Very basic question. It increases with increase in wind velocity. We have already seen when the velocity increases, Coriolis increases. You can also see from one example. All of you must have taken the ride on Activa or any of the two-wheeler. When you are riding on a very low speed, and if it is a rainy day, you'll feel that rains are dropping on your head like this way, vertically. But as you speed up your Activa or your bike, you'll feel that the rain is hitting from the front on your face. So this is the force that is applying on you as a Coriolis force only. So more the velocity of the moving object, more will be the Coriolis force applicable on that object. More will be the deflection. Okay. So this already we have seen that it increases with increasing in wind velocity. Yes. It is maximum at the poles and is absent at the equator. This also we know that as we move away from the equator, the deflection increases because the Coriolis force increases. Because we measure this Coriolis from the center of Earth and it depends upon the latitude, angle with the latitude. Don't go into this, but Coriolis force increases as we move from equator towards the poles. Now coming to the next question. Consider the following statements. So the two statements are given. We have to justify that whether both the statements are true or false, and the second statement is the correct explanation for the first one or not. So statement first is talking about that water vapor content in the atmosphere decreases from the equator towards the pole. Now, this is talking about water vapor. And even if you do not know what is water vapor, just at least means if you do not know about the distribution of the water vapor, at least you know some basic concepts with related to water vapor. Let's see how we can solve this question with that basic knowledge only. Like, what is water vapor? The gaseous form of the water. The gaseous form of the water. And how gas is formed? With respect to evaporation. It means for the availability of water vapor, we need water and we need high evaporation. And where maximum water is available at, like we can do like that, these are also available at poles, but that is of condensed or you can say ice form. And also at equator, water is there. But how evaporation? With the intense solar radiation, and where intense solar radiation is present? At equator. So if we go by this logic, water availability and intense solar radiation, so the equator is the optimal place for the increased water vapor distribution. Now read the first statement again. Water vapor content in the atmosphere decreases from equator towards the pole. Yes, from equator, because water available is there and the intense solar radiation is there. So the high evaporation rate, high humidity, or you can say high water vapor content. So at equator, water vapor is maximum, and as we move near the poles, it reduces. Now coming to the second statement. Water vapor acts like a blanket, allowing the earth neither to become too cold nor too hot. So what it is telling you? It is telling that water vapor has some capacity, has some potential of greenhouse, because it's a potential greenhouse gases. It's a greenhouse gas. So it traps heat from the solar radiation also somewhat, like the infrared spectrum of sunlight, and maximum from the long wave terrestrial radiation from our surface. So this water vapor absorbs heat, it traps heat, so as to make the environment on the surface of earth very conducive for the habitation, for the living organisms. So this statement, although it is talking correctly, it is telling that yes, this is true statement. So water vapor acts like a blanket. Yes, it acts like a blanket because it traps the heat. It makes the environment conducive for the habitation, allowing the earth neither to become too cold nor too hot. Yes, this is true. This is also true. But is this the correct explanation for this? This is talking about distribution. This is talking about the heat blanket or the heat budget. Although these statements are true, but this is not the correct explanation of one. This is talking about the potential of greenhouse, and this is talking about the distribution on the Earth's surface and how it is changing from equator towards the pole. So answer is B. Both the statements are correct, but it is not explaining one. Now let's take a look at PYQs somewhat on these lines only. In 2024, with reference to water vapor, which of the following statements are correct? It is a gas, the amount of which decreases with altitude. We have seen in our question that it decreases from equator towards pole. And also this question is saying at equator only, like this is the air column at equator. This is saying as we move high in the altitude, it's decreasing. Yes, it's decreasing in this air column also. Because of the gravitational force of Earth, all the air molecule or all the gaseous molecules starts concentrating near the Earth's surface. It is very rarefied as we go high in the altitude. So by this logic, that because the density, or you can say the pressure, is maximum at the surface and it decreases as we move along this altitude. So by both the concepts, we can deduce that yes, as we move high in the altitude, this water vapor decreases. Its okay, so it's decreasing. Its percentage is maximum at the poles. We have already seen that this is false. Maximum at equator. Also, I would like to take your attention towards this, that in geography, very static question, very basic question which can be easily done with the help of NCERTs are asked in every year of this geography portion of UPSC, CSE, this prelims. So, like what I want to say, just see the composition of the atmosphere. What are the different natures of these gases? Like in one year, they are asking about that whether this carbon dioxide and the water vapor, they trap the incoming solar radiation or outgoing, whether they get into connection with this infrared radiations or not. So just with the first chapter of NCERT only, you can attempt 2 to 3 questions every year. Okay, let's see some more questions with respect to atmosphere or climatology only from 2024. The atmosphere is heated more by the incoming solar radiation than by the terrestrial radiation. This is not correct, but the opposite is correct. The whatever the gases are, they are transparent for the incoming solar radiation and they trap heat from the outgoing terrestrial radiation, because whatever the molecules that are present over here, their wavelength is according to the long wave radiations only. They can easily pass the incoming short wave radiation. because the maximum, whatever the different spectrum of radiations we get from the sunlight, this is of the short wave. Okay, so these are transparent to the incoming solar radiation, and they trap or they are opaque to the outgoing long wave terrestrial radiation. So this is incorrect. Carbon dioxide and other gases in the atmosphere are good absorber of the long wave radiation. Yes, this is true. Okay, so based on that, you do the correct statement. Now coming to the next question, thickness of the troposphere at equator. Now this is saying the thickness of the troposphere, because troposphere is 8 to 15 kilometer, 8 kilometer or 6 to 8 kilometer at the poles, 10 to 15 kilometers at the equator. Now they are saying the thickness of the troposphere at equator is much greater as compared to poles. Yes, we know this fact. But what is the reason? At the equator, heat is transported to the great heights by the strong convectional current. So is this the reason that why the troposphere height is much larger than what is available at poles? Yes, because of this strong convectional current, the air rises very high. So due to this air rising, due to this instability conditions or the unstable condition, air is rising high. That is why the troposphere is very higher in the equatorial region. So based on that, you can mark your answer correct. Now moving to the next question. If one travels by the ship from Gujarat coast of India to Russia via the Red Sea, now we have the multiple routes. Also, we are now looking at the North Sea route, but the question is specifically asking about Red Sea. So this question is saying that if we want to go from the Gujarat coast via Red Sea, how we have to go to Russia, which all straits we will be encountering in our journey. Now, what is the motive of this particular question is that with respect to mapping, UPSC is concerned with the borders, with the different seas, with the rivers and the mountains. So every year, and also it is very much into sync with the IR also. Places in news, whatever are happening in the different regions. So with respect to that, there is a very much high intersection. So you just prepare the mapping of geography along with the IR only. This is into very much intersected area. And every year, this is also very important topic or the very favorite topic of UPSC. So just keep a focus on this. Now let's see, and also we'll see how to eliminate some portions. Even if you get confused between the two options, that everybody gets confused that where is Bab el-Mandeb and where is Hormuz, because it's available. This is Arabian Peninsula. One is available over here and one is available over here. So you know that I get confused. So these are mutually exclusive this options. So whenever 1 and 4 are there, that is not the answer. It means 1 and 4 cannot come together. So where 1 and 4 are there, these are, we can directly disregard that these are not the answer. Now you should have the knowledge that where we are going through. Okay. Now this is Gujarat. Now the Strait of Hormuz is the way towards this Persian Gulf. This is the area of the crude oil, petroleum, etc. So this is a choking point also, Strait of Hormuz. But question is about Red Sea. So from Gujarat, we have to first go through Bab el-Mandeb, then Red Sea, then this is Aqaba, this is Suez Gulf, but this is not the concerned part over here. Then finally, we'll go to Mediterranean. Then we will go through Dardanelles Strait. This is Sea of Marmara. Then we'll see the Bosphorus, Bosphorus Strait. This is Black Sea, and here it is Russian territory. Okay, so Gujarat, Bab el-Mandeb, Red Sea, Mediterranean, Dardanelles, Sea of Marmara, Bosphorus, Black Sea, and finally we see the Russian boundaries. So this would be the way. So you must have very well idea of the Mediterranean Sea, the countries bordering Mediterranean, bordering Black Sea, bordering Caspian Sea, what all different rivers that flow or drain into these major seas, at least in this Eurasian part. Okay, so these are very important topics, or this is at least is a very important area. Now let's see some PYQs associated with this, that Turkey is located between Black Sea and Caspian Sea, Black Sea and Mediterranean. Now we know that answer is Black Sea and Mediterranean. Also, you must have idea that where different these, whatever we do not know over here, we should have very good idea about the different options that are not the answers of this PYQs. So we'll see that this is Gulf of Aqaba, this is Gulf of Suez. Okay, Gulf of Aqaba, Gulf of Suez. So at least even if you do not know like where Turkey is like this or this, at least you must have idea that what I can just make it incorrect, that these two would not be the answer. I have the confusion now between these two, because see, Turkey is here. These are very far from this. Okay, just go through all the options also, whichever are not correct in the PYQs. Also the same question based on mapping only in 2024. Consider the following countries: Finland, Germany, Norway, Russia. How many of the above countries have border with the North Sea? Again, the mapping. I just want to take your attention over here, because this sea and land bordering countries, major rivers and the mountains associated with that, these are the very important topics of UPSC. That is why I have just pasted over here, so that you focus on these areas. Okay, so the answer is Finland. It's very far away, so this is Finland, but this is North Sea, so Finland is not the answer. Next, moving on to the next question, consider the following statements with reference to the sedimentary rocks. Now, with just the terminology of the sedimentary rock, the rocks that are made up of sediments. So the sedimentary rocks are made up from the sediments. Those sediments can come from anywhere, like they can come from the fragments of the different rocks. These sediments can be of the plants or the animal origin. These sediments can be of the chemical origin, like the mineral deposits, the precipitates of the mineral. But in the terminology itself, the rocks that have been made from the compaction, the cementation of the sediments. Okay, now let's see some answers. And also we must know that there are the different types of the sediments, like sand is there, silt, clay is there. So the compaction, cementation and lithification of the sand will result into the sedimentary rock known as sandstone. Okay, with this clay we get shale rocks that are sedimentary in nature. Then with plants and animal origin, you can talk about the coal. Coals are again sedimentary rocks. With respect to the chemical sediments or the mineral deposits, talk about dolomite, talk about calcite. These are the precipitates, and the compaction, cementation of these minerals results into limestone. Okay. Now, when these sedimentary rocks are under the high pressure or under the high temperature, like the high pressure or the high temperature exerted on these sedimentary rocks, these will change their structures and converted into the metamorphic rocks. So these rocks are metamorphosed now. So the shale will convert into slate, limestone will convert into marble. Now these are not sedimentary rocks because the crystalline structure has changed under the high pressure and under the high temperature. These are metamorphic rocks, but till here these are the sedimentary rocks. Okay, now let's take a look at the options. Consider the following statements. They are formed deep within the surface of the earth. How can they be deep inside the earth when we are saying that these are made from the sediments of the rocks? Sediments, where we can obtain from? It can be obtained from the erosion, weathering, traveling or transportation. So this must have been included in the weathering or in the in making those rocks as the sediments. So these cannot be under the earth, rather these are available on the surface of the earth. So these are formed deep within the earth? No, igneous rocks are formed deep within the earth. They are produced from the dissolution and the precipitation of the minerals from water? Yes, so this is talking about the chemical sediments, or you can talk about the minerals deposits or the precipitates of the minerals. Then slate and marble are the type of sedimentary? No, slate and marble are the type of metamorphosed rocks that have been made from the shale and limestone respectively. Now let's see some PYQ based on type of weathering, erosion, etc. The black cotton soil of India has been formed due to the weathering of? The answer is volcanic rock. Although few questions are asked from these rocks, but you must have the very good idea or the understanding of the three types of the rocks: igneous, metamorphic and sedimentary. Just the basics will also suffice in prelims. Coming to the next question. The alluvial soil in the western Indo-Gangetic plains are saline, unlike the eastern Indo-Gangetic plain. Now this is saying this is alluvial plain. Now this is saying that the western is saline, unlike the eastern that is not saline. Is it correct? Let's go by the basics again. Why saline? What is salinity first of all? Saline soil means some layer of the salts are there on the surface of the soil. It means some layers of the salts are there. It means this is soil structure. So some layer of salt is visible on the surface. Now, how can some layer of the salt can be visible on the surface? When there is high evaporation in that area or very dry conditions are there. What the dry conditions will do? High evaporation rate would be there. In the dry and the warmer area, high evaporation will result into more capillary action in the soil. Because this soil layer, this salt layer can only come from within the soil. And how it can come on the surface from the deeper layers? With the help of the capillary action. Why capillary action will take place? When there is a very drier condition. Because in the drier condition, very high evaporation takes place. And in the drier condition, along with very high evaporation, there is very less rainfall. And because of this insufficient water availability to leach these salts back into the deeper layers. So what is happening in the drier or the warmer areas is that it is increasing the evaporation rate. So it is increasing the capillary action. So the soils, the dissolved salts from the deeper layer of the soil, it is coming up on the surface. And because of the insufficient rain, to leach these salts that is available on the surface back to the deeper layer. So that is why we see the very thin layer of the salts or the whitish layer of the salts on the soil in the western area, because this Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Western UP, these are arid region. Drier conditions are there. Warmer conditions are there. As compared to eastern regions where it is very much in proximity to the Bay of Bengal. So the high moisture content is there. And also the humidity levels are high, and also not that warm conditions prevail due to the coastal moderation effect also, and due to because this Ganga plains flow like this. So this is high in the latitude, this is low in the latitude. So one of the reason is this. Along with these reasons, we have the anthropogenic reasons. That is, in this particular area, more and more irrigation facilities are there. So irrigation water contains more dissolved salt. So when more irrigation would be there, more salts layer will be visible on the surface of the soil. So the answer is C, that both the so the answer is C. First statement is correct. Opposite is given in this, that Punjab and adjoining Uttar Pradesh is a arid or the semi-arid region, not the West Bengal area. Coming to the next question, the classification of the cyclonic disturbances over the North Indian Ocean by IMD is based on. Now, even if you do not know the answer, let's see how we can do it. The question is about the classification, that how we need to divide the cyclones. We have already seen or listened in the news that some cyclones are only storms, super cyclones, severe cyclones, so low depressions. These namings we have already seen, that some cyclone is a super cyclone. So what these super cyclone, what is the basis of this classification? Now this is the question. Let's see option number C. Distance between the cyclonic origin and the land surface. Now this is saying that let's take an example of Indian Ocean only. Now this is that maybe cyclone is originating over here and it has dissipated or it has hit the land over here. Now this is saying that the classification is based on this distance. How this classification of superstorm, depression or simple storm or cyclone, super cyclone or severe cyclone, how this can be based on this trajectory only. This is just a tracking path that this cyclone has moved from here to here. How this can be the basis of the classification? So we can just neglect this. Coming to next question, next part is time taken between this and landfall. Now again this is talking about the time taken. It means it is talking about the velocity of this movement of whole system, that how far was it and when it hit the land. Again it is talking about the tracking or the trajectory or the velocity of the whole system, means the distance traveled again. So again, what is the link between the distance traveled and this? So classification can be ignored over here. Now, these are two options that we are left with. Now coming to the sea surface temperature. Although many of the students can get confused with sea surface temperature, and this is very, yes, you can get confused. It is a very optimal answer maybe, but let's see what is the reason behind this classification, that it does not include sea surface temperature as one of the measure for that. Sea surface temperature, it is the prerequisite for the climate formation. When there is approximately 27 degrees Celsius, so there is a pre-existing low pressure around which the cyclonic activity takes place. So this can be the this is the prerequisite condition. Let's suppose this is India and this over here cyclone, because the conditions are conducive over here, like temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. So this cyclone has formed. Now this is moving from here to here. Now just think over that only sea surface temperature is telling you the reality, that how much destruction it is creating, how it is termed as super, severe, storm, depression, etc. Because this is only creating over here, sea surface temperature is conducive, but it is now has moved from one place to another. So this is not sustaining the sea surface temperature. Maybe over here it is something else, here something else. So it has traveled from its original path, from its original source. So it is not telling you the correct situation or the reality of that particular time. So yes, this is not the correct answer for that. Finally, the answer is maximum sustained wind speed, because see, any of the classification that IMD or any organization does is for the human convenience only. We have to see that how much destruction this natural hazard is causing us. So how much destruction or the damage is caused by that cyclone is depending upon with how much speed it is revolving. So that speed, sustained wind speed is the measure, or it is giving the true reality for the cyclone damage or the cyclone destruction. So this is the true answer. Now coming to the next question, consider the following. So major rivers name are given: Narmada, Tapi, Damodar, Barak, Krishna, and we have to tell that how many of these rivers flow from the Rift Valley. Now with this, again you must have very good idea of that what are the rifts available in India. So you must have known about that there is a Narmada and Son rift. Also we have the Damodar rift over here. We have the Mahanadi basin over here. So this Narmada, Son, this rift, or you can say this is an ancient lineament that has existed even before the division or the breakdown of Gondwana. So this was the ancient lineament that got reactivated when this Indian plate was converging with the Eurasian plate. So that is why we have Narmada and the Son rift valley. So because these are the rift valleys available in India or the present in India, so that is why Narmada and Son flow in these respective rift valley. So Narmada is the answer. Son could have been there. That would be the answer. Then Tapi is also nearby here only. So Tapi is also flowing through Rift Valley, and Damodar is also flowing through the Rift Valley. Barak and Krishna, they do not flow through the Rift Valley. And also you must have a very good idea that where Barak flows, it is in northeastern India, and Krishna, it is the peninsular river. So just go through the tributaries, right bank tributaries, left bank tributaries, etc. for the major rivers of India. Coming to the next question. Which one of the following cities in India will have the shortest length of the day on the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere? Again, very basic question directly from the NCERT. This is sun. This is sun, and this is revolution, or you can say the orbital plane of Earth. This is equinoxes. This is winter solstice, 22nd December. This is summer solstice. This is 21st June. So in this time, this is equator. This is equator. This is Arctic Circle. This is Arctic. Okay. Now, the question is that which of the following city will have the shortest length of day on the winter solstice? So, we need to be concerned about this thing in the northern hemisphere. So, the Arctic Circle is far from sun. It means here majorly nights would be there, or the length of day is very short. So what we are seeing, the locations that are closer to the North Pole or the Arctic Circle, that are short, that have the shorter day. Okay, so what we are saying is near the North Pole or the Arctic Circle, whatever the locations would be, that will have the short length of the day. Now, this is the formula now. Now, let's assemble these locations. Now, just by the very random idea also, we know that Chandigarh is on north, then Agra is there, then Nagpur is in south, in the till near the Amarkantak region only. Then talking about Bhopal is here. Now, this is latitudes. Now, near the North Pole, the locations that are near the North Pole, that have the very shorter day of length of day. So the answer is Chandigarh. Okay. Based on this, again, let's see some questions. In 2024, 22, 29, Let's first read the question, then we'll come to some conclusion. On 21st June, every year, which of the following latitudes experience? Now the question is, the question is 21st June. On June 21st every year, which of the following latitudes experience a sunlight of more than 12 years? 12 hours. More than 12 hours. See, equator, majorly we have, everywhere we have approximately 12 hours only. But the question is more than 12 hours. So, equator cannot be the answer. And tropic of this Capricorn is away from the sunlight. So, tropic of Capricorn is not the answer. So, the answer is Tropic of Cancer and the Arctic Circle. So, the Tropic of Cancer and the Arctic Circle, that they will have the more than 12 hours of a day length. Coming to the 2022 question. In the northern hemisphere, the longest day of the year normally occurs in this second half of the month of June. So, this is the answer. 2019, again, 21st June, the sun does not set below the horizon at Arctic Circle. So, yes, this is the answer. Does not set below the horizon at Antarctic. This is the case with the winter solstice in northern hemisphere. Shines vertically overhead at equator, etc., etc. Now, what we can conclude from here, that UPSC not only repeats the themes of the question, but also the same questions. So, just go by all the PYQs as many times as possible and as many details as possible. Okay. Now, 39th question is, certain species of the trees are given and we have to find out that what are the tropical wet evergreen forests from these. How many of the above tree species that are being found in tropical wet evergreen forest? So for this, first at least you should have very good idea of what are the tropical wet evergreen forest. So in India, we know that the branch of Arabian Sea, monsoonal branch of Arabian Sea, and this Bay of Bengal branch in northeastern India, and some goes like on the foothills of the Himalayas also, because the maximum rainfall is on the western slopes of Western Ghats, and also yes, these Andaman and Nicobar Island, and some regions of northeastern India, and some regions of the lower altitudes or the lower heights of the Himalayan belt. They have the wet evergreen forest where the rainfall is more than 200 centimeter. So these are the regions where the very high rainfall is there. That is why we have the wet evergreen forests are there. UPSC has asked the question in PYQ that jackfruit relates to what? So that was again the evergreen species. So again, that is why this holds so much importance, that you should have very good idea with respect to evergreen forest, deciduous forest, that too moist and dry deciduous, thorn, savanna. So whatever the vegetation in India is found, again we have some pattern based on that, according to the rainfall, according to the moisture level and the conditions of the temperature, we have the different types of the forest species available. Okay, so based on that, this question has been asked. Now the answer is mesua, mahogany, bamboo, jackfruits, etc. So these are the species that are associated with the wet evergreen. So the answer is 3. These are not associated with the wet evergreen forest. Coming to the last question for today is, consider the following statements. Now, why this question has been asked? Because UPSC also asks questions with related to the regulatory bodies, with respect to the laws, the policies, the attached offices or the autonomous bodies and the various provisions for that, whether they have been made from the statute or by the executive action, etc. So that is why these regulatory questions also hold importance in UPSC. Let's read first statement. The state government has the power to notify minor minerals under the Mines MMDR Act 1957. So let's understand this concept, that we have MMDR Act 1957 Under that, we have two types of list: major mineral list and minor mineral list. So, what the scenario is that central government by notification divides or puts the minerals into the major mineral list and the minor mineral list. So, central government has the authority, it notifies certain minerals as the major or the minor by notification in the gazette. Okay. Once central government notifies any mineral as the major or the minor mineral, then the responsibilities of the different governments come into place. Now, once it has been notified that certain mineral is a minor or major, then state government has the authority for the processing, for the mining and for the distribution of this minor mineral. Means state government has full administrative control of this minor mineral, and the central government has the full authority over the major minerals. Now this is the question. Now also why this particular question is very much important for this year UPSC is that via this MMDR amendment of 2023, there are certain 12 minerals in MMDR Act only that are associated with the atomic requirements or the atomic that are considered as the atomic minerals. Now in 2023, MMDR Amendment Act has omitted 6 out of 12 atomic minerals. They have deleted from this mineral this atomic list, and they are open for the mining by the state and the by the central government or by the private sector partnership also. Now what is the scenario that with respect to MMDR Act, we have major and we have minor. It is the responsibility of the state. This is the responsibility of the central government. Now, whatever the minerals are atomic minerals, only the Department of Atomic Energy has the responsibility to mine those minerals or to see the distribution via their PSU. Now here, not state government and no private sector participation can be there. Now, what has happened in 2023? Some 6 out of those 12 atomic minerals that have been written in MMDR Act that has been taken out of this atomic list, and now they are open for the participation of the private players, and now the central government can have the authority over those minerals. Okay. So in this background, this particular question has been asked. Now, coming to this, the state government has the power to notify minor minerals? No. The power to notify is the responsibility of the central government. Coming to the next part is the regulatory and the administrative jurisdiction of the minor minerals falls under the purview of state government. Yes, this is absolutely true. So the answer is D. Okay, students, that was it for today from my side for a geography point of view, and I hope you'll do better in geography part also in future. And thank you and have a nice day and all the very best.
Hello students, I will be discussing questions related to the environment subject. Before we start discussing the questions, let's have a few minutes related to the strategy that you should be following for the subject of environment. Because discussing the strategy is as much important as discussing the questions, and this is one of the tricky subjects where students find it difficult while preparing for the examination. Because what should be the strategy for the subject of environment? As many of you already know, environment is one of the dynamic subject, but at the same time it is one of the very, very important subject from the perspective of the prelims examination. Because if you analyze the paper, the previous year papers, just the papers of the 2024, 2023, 2022, you can clearly identify that in the year 2024, they asked around 14 questions from the subject of environment itself. In 2023, they asked again the same thing, 14 questions. In 2022, they asked around 15 questions. And in 2021, the questions were 16. So even though this syllabus is small, actually the syllabus of subject of environment is small compared to the other subjects of the prelims. But in prelims, it is one of the very important subject, rewarding subject if you prepare well for this subject. So this becomes very important. If you go a little bit deep and analyze again, out of these 14-15 questions, so let's say in 2025, we are expecting anywhere between again 14 to 15 questions. So out of these questions, on an average, 70 to 75% of the questions they are asking in the prelims are current affairs based, or the questions that you can answer by making some educated guess. You can't prepare from some standard textbook. This textbook I will read, then I will go and write the exam. No, you can't do that. The way you can prepare for the polity subject by reading Lakshmikant, from where you can expect majority of the questions to be asked. This is not the case in with respect to the subject of environment. So your current affairs should be very, very strong in the subject of environment. So around 70 to 75% of the questions will come from the current affairs, and another 25 to 30% of the question will come from the static syllabus. So this you have to keep in mind and start revising the current affairs of the last 10 to 15 months for the subject of environment. Further, if I have to go a little bit deep and discuss you about the organization of the subject of environment, broadly, I can classify the entire syllabus of the subject of environment under 4 headings. This can be something related to the ecosystem and environment. Second part is related to pollution, environment degradation, plus sustainable management. Next, into climate change. Another area is biodiversity and conservation. When it comes to the first heading, this is mainly static in nature, and you should be preparing well for this topic, because every year questions are being asked from this section, and the questions will be straightforward and easy to answer also, like something related to dissolved oxygen, chemical oxygen demand, biological oxygen demand, ecotone, something like this, straightforward, related to something related to the ecological pyramids or terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, net primary productivity, etc. This is very static in nature and easy to understand also, and questions will come. You should not make any mistakes, especially from this section of the environment syllabus. Next comes pollution, environment degradation, and sustainable management. This is around 50 to 60%. It's static in nature, and another 40 to 50% of the syllabus will be current affairs based. Like the static part in the sense, like you should be knowing about the different types of pollution, starting with the soil pollution, land pollution, air pollution, water pollution, e-waste pollution, plastic pollution, some of the conventions related to them. Then what are some of the latest events happening with respect to them? Some of the air pollution, water pollution events happening in India and around the world, which are having a very significant impact. This becomes part of the current affairs. So static part and current affairs, both of them are present here. You should be prepared well with respect to this area also. Next comes the climate change. This is mainly current affairs based topic. In prelims, especially in mains, questions can be asked from the static part also, like something related to the evolution of the environmental protection laws over a period of time, something like that. However, in the prelims, the questions will be mainly current affairs based, especially considering the recent conference of parties of the UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And India was very vocal there, along with the many countries from the south who were against some of the initiatives, some of the decisions taken by the developed countries, like COP29, which happened in the Baku, in the capital city of the Azerbaijan. So this climate change part becomes very, very important, not just related to the climate change, related to the land degradation, again related to the conservation of biodiversity, but here this especially is current affairs oriented in prelims. Next comes the biodiversity and its conservation. This part becomes important and also a little bit trickier. If UPSC wants to make the paper a little bit difficult, they will ask more and more questions from this area. especially in the last 4-5 years, if you start analyzing the paper, you can get to know some trend. That is, they started asking about some characteristics, features of some of the animals, some of the unique traits that can be observed in them, like how the elephants behave, how the society of the elephants behave. Similarly, something related to how the killer whales, or also known as orca, behaves. Last year they asked some questions related to the orangutan. So animal characteristics questions are being asked. So how to prepare for this type of questions? There is no proper source. There is no one single book from where you can start preparing for this type of questions. But you can make some educated guesses here. And also you can prepare in general also. Identify some of the important keystone species, some of the important indicator species, and search in the internet itself related to some of the unique features of these keystone species. Beavers, which is also another one of the important keystone species in North America. Similarly, the corals, similarly the elephants, etc. So like this you can prepare, because this is something like a trivia kind of questions. You can't prepare from any particular UPSC books here, but you can always make some educated guesses. And another thing, questions related to the species. UPSC can ask any species related questions in the last 10 to 15 months that are in news, like what is the IUCN status of this particular species, the regions or the areas in which these species are predominantly found, and what are the international conventions related to their trade, something like this. So this is the 4 broad organization of the entire syllabus of the environment subject. This ecosystem and pollution contains to a greater part the static syllabus. Ecosystem and environment is entirely static syllabus. Pollution 50 to 60% is static syllabus, then becomes current affairs part. And in the final prelims examination, around 70 to 75% of the questions are being asked from the current affairs. So your current affairs should be very strong, especially in the subject of environment. I hope this is clear. So now we will start discussing the questions of the test. Okay. So let's see the question number 1. Question number 1 is related to speciation. It says, consider the following pairs regarding types of speciation and their descriptions. Question is about how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched. One of the recommendation from my side is, whenever this type of question comes, even before looking at whether the contents are correctly paired or not, first look at the last line also after reading the first line, because this will help you to avoid silly mistakes. This is one of the things that I observed with the students. They will be so involved in identifying how many of the pairs are correctly matched or not, they will forget about this. Sometimes the question will be saying incorrect or not correct, something like this it will be mentioned. These things students will skip. It is understandable also, because by the time they complete this thing, they will be spending 1.5 to 2 minutes, and they will be little bit tired also. They want to quickly move on to the next question. Chances of making mistakes will be high. So immediately when you read this first line, go to the last line and see what are they asking actually. Here they are asking about correctly matched. So let's try to answer this question. So before even looking at this thing, first try to understand the concept of speciation. What is speciation? Speciation is a process of formation of new species from already existing species over a long period of time. So let's say, what is speciation? Speciation refers to formation of new species from existing species. And it happens over a long period of time. Here you have to keep in mind the phrase long period of time also. Why? Because it is a part of the evolutionary process. This speciation, that is the formation of new species, won't happen in a single day, won't happen in a year, in a 10 years, in 50 years, not even in 100 or 1000 years. It generally takes thousands of years for the formation of new species. It has been observed that on an average it requires around 2 million years for the formation of new species from the existing species. Why? This is because it requires time for the accumulation of mutations. Mutations is something new, that is unique genes. You can also say unique genes accumulation. This requires time, so that over a period of time the concentration of the unique genes will increase, and these unique genes will start dominating the ordinary genes which is present in the entire population of the species. So this particular individual which is having more concentration of the unique genes will start showing unique characteristics, including unique physical characteristics, because of which now it looks like completely new species compared to the rest of the individuals in the same population. So this leads to the speciation. For example, if I have to discuss little bit in detail, see, for example, let's consider this is an geographical area. In this geographical area, there are some individuals belonging to the same species, which we generally refer to as population. Population is the individuals belonging to the same species, right? So in this population, let's say this is a population of some cat. This cat's the skin color is orange, eyes is brown, it has long hair, something like this. These are some of the characteristics of this orange cat. So all these cats are orange in color, and all these are orange cats. However, among these individuals, there is one particular cat which has some unique genes. However, this unique genes is not dominant enough to start changing the characteristics, to start changing some of the features of this particular cat. So it will still be orange cat. However, it will be carrying some unique genes. So before we continue discussion, what is a gene? Gene is nothing but a segments of DNA which will lead to some unique characteristics, including unique physical characteristics. Because of some genes, you will be having some nose in the particular location. Because of some genes, your eyes color will be different. Because of some genes, some people will be blonde, some people will be brunette, something like this. So genes are nothing but unit of heredity that is transferred from parents to a child. So now in this initial population, there is one individual which is having some unique genes. However, it is not dominant enough to completely look different from the rest of the cats. However, over a period of time, this cat will start breeding with other individuals. Now this unique gene will start propagating itself. In its offsprings, especially the concentration of this unique gene will increase. And let's say this kind of breeding keeps on happening for tens of thousands of years. There comes a time when there will be a individual present where the unique genes concentration will be high, considered to the general genes, because of which now this cat's color will be black and white. That is, the hair color will be, let's say, black and white. The eyes color of this cat will be green, something like this. So now it completely looks like a different types of cat species compared to the other type of cat species. So from now onwards, we will say this is a different species. This was because of speciation. So this is called a speciation process. However, there are different reasons because of which speciation will happen. So now, looking into it, you can see here, these are the major 4 types of speciation which has been observed. First one is called as allopatric speciation. Here, initially, a huge population of some particular individuals was present. However, because of some reason, some physical barrier got established, like maybe a river shifted its channel, river shifting happened, because of which now the river is flowing in this direction. So now a barrier, physical barrier got created. Half of the population got separated in this part, another half is got separated in this part, and in one of the part there is an individual which is having unique genes, and this individual having unique gene will keep on multiplying over a period of time. It will die, but its offsprings will be carrying the unique genes. So after tens of thousands of years, this population will be having dominance of the unique gene. Now if you compare it with the earlier population segment, here you can clearly identify this is greener in color, whereas this is purple or violet in color. So now both the beetles looks like different from each other. So a type of speciation has occurred. A new type of beetle species has been formed. because of the development of a physical barrier. So the speciation because of a physical barrier which separates the population into two parts is referred to as allopatric speciation. Another type of speciation which is similar to the allopatric speciation is peripatric speciation. In peripatric speciation, the population won't get divided into two parts. Instead, a small section will be separated from the larger population because of some, again, physical barrier. And this small population will be carrying some unique genes which over a period of time will start replicating itself. And after tens of hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, it will look like a completely different type, completely new species. Hence, this is called as peripatric speciation. After this, there is one more type called as parapatric. The uniqueness of parapatric speciation is new species develops, but there won't be any physical barrier. This happens because the population will be spread over a large geographical area, let's say around thousands of kilometers, and the individuals of extreme corner is likely to breed with individuals present right next to it instead of going to other side. So in the same geographical area, because of the vastness of the geography, and since the geography is vast, over 500 kilometers or 1000 kilometers, the habitat will also change. Maybe here there is some river is flowing, because of which here there is swampy condition. Here the temperature is high compared to the other region. So habitat change will also happen within the same geographical area, because of which the individuals will start adapting to those regions. Unique genes will be found. Why unique genes will be found? Because of mutation. Mutation is a common thing that happens in evolutionary history. So now this unique gene will start getting replicated, and over thousands or millions of years, it will become dominant and new species will be created in the absence of the physical barrier. This type of speciation is called as parapatric speciation. Similarly, next, in the same region, in the absence of physical barriers, another type of speciation happens. This is called as sympatric speciation. So what is this sympatric speciation? Here, new type of species is formed, not because of physical barrier or not because of the geographical extent also. Here the individuals are actually close to each other. They can breed with any of them if they want. However, because of their liking, because of their preference to some specific type of food, some specific type of fruit or specific habitat condition, they start breeding with some specific individuals instead of all of them. This creates new kind of species within the population. This is called as sympatric speciation. These are the four major types of speciation that has been observed. So now with this information, let's try to answer this question then. The first pair says allopatric speciation. Description is formation of new species due to a physical barrier that prevents inbreeding. True. Pair 1 is correctly matched. Peripatric speciation says evolution of new species in the same geographical region without a physical barrier. No, this is not the correct answer. In peripatric, there will be physical barrier present. Statement 3 says parapatric speciation. Formation of new species due to differences in habitat within the same geographical area. Yes, this is true. Because of the geographical area will be so vast, the individuals present in this region will breed with here individuals in this region only. They won't go to individual in this region. So this is true. Fourth pair says sympatric speciation. Evolution of species from a small isolated group that breaks off due to a physical barrier. This is actually peripatric speciation. This is not sympatric. So this is also incorrectly matched. So the correct answer is only two pairs are correctly matched, which is only two pairs. Correct answer is option B. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now moving on to the next question. Question number 2 is, which one of the following biomes has the lowest levels of net primary productivity? Again, factual type of question, conceptual, from the topic of ecosystem and environment, which we earlier discussed. So before we look at the lowest levels of net primary productivity, whenever a question is given, make sure that you are circling the important keywords in the question so that you won't miss any important keywords. The chances of making silly mistakes will reduce. So here the question is lowest levels of the net primary productivity. Before looking at the lowest level, what is primary productivity? also known as gross primary productivity. Again, it's productivity, but it's about primary. That means producers. It can be defined as the rate at which the producers in an ecosystem, which includes the plants, the trees, that convert the solar energy into chemical energy. And this chemical energy is stored in the form of biomass. So, in simple terms, I can say the rate at which solar energy is converted into chemical energy by the producers in an ecosystem and is stored in the form of biomass is called as gross primary productivity. Or else it can also be said as the rate of accumulation of biomass by producers in an ecosystem is called as gross primary productivity. And the unit of measurement of the gross primary productivity is kilocalories per meter square per year. This is the unit. However, the question is about net. Here we are talking about gross primary productivity. To get net primary productivity, you have to subtract the energy that is lost because of the respiration that the plants also undertake, the trees also undertake. Because during aerobic respiration, a part of energy is lost. So, net primary productivity equals gross primary productivity minus respiration loss of energy. This thing also you have to keep in mind. Now comes the net primary productivity. Now you understood the concept. Now how to answer this question if you don't know the exact values? See, we equated it to what is net primary productivity. Again, rate of accumulation of the biomass by producers in an ecosystem after subtracting the respiration loss. This is net primary productivity. Basically, it is relating to, it is proportional to the biomass creation. Biomass creation by the primary, by the producers means nothing but creation of the plants and trees. Now, with this knowledge, try to answer this question. Whichever ecosystems will be having highest concentration of the trees and plants will be having high primary productivity, high net primary productivity. The ecosystem will be which will be having less concentration of the flora, whether the trees or plants, will be having one of the lowest net primary productivity. With this in mind, so the highest will be of the tropical rainforest. Second will come the temperate deciduous forest because it's still forest. Next comes the savanna grasslands, third one. The last one is tundra because this is almost frozen region. The growing season is very short. Within a year, just 3 to 4 months will be the growing season, during which some kind of a small orchids, some grasses will grow. Not trees want to be present in this region. Very cold climatic condition, frozen surface, very harsh conditions. So primary productivity will be lowest in the tundra region. So with this knowledge also you can answer. So the correct answer is option here. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now some extra information related to this. As you can see here, some of the primary productivity of different ecosystem has been mentioned here. In terrestrial ecosystem, especially swamps and marshes will be having the highest. Swamps and marshes, which also includes the mangroves, wetlands. Tropical rainforest will be having the second highest net primary productivity. Temperate forest. Next comes the northern coniferous forest, also known as taiga forest. Then comes your savanna, agricultural lands, woodland and shrublands, temperate grasslands, tundra regions. Next, after tundra, you have desert scrubs, then extreme desert. In extreme desert, there will be absence of vegetation actually. Very rarely vegetation can be seen. So, yes, this is for the terrestrial regions. And when it comes to the aquatic, estuaries will be having the highest net primary productivity. Followed by this, you will be having lakes and streams, continental shelf, and last is open ocean. See, open ocean will be having lowest net primary productivity in terms of per square meter. Because in open ocean, if I consider open ocean, the depth will be very high. It will be up to, on an average, the ocean depth is approximately around 4 to 5 kilometers, right? Sunlight can penetrate up to 100 meter, which we call it as photic zone. So concentration of the biomass, the producers in the open ocean will be very less. So per meter square it will be less. But if we talk from the absolute sense, like there is 100 units of net primary productivity, out of this in the entire earth, then which ecosystem will be having the highest? Then comes the ocean. Even though the per square meter it is less, but still in absolute terms, oceans will be having the highest net primary productivity. This is because the surface area of the oceans on the earth surface is highest. You have to keep that also in mind. I hope this is clear. Students generally make mistakes in this type of question. So now, moving on to the next question. Question number 3. This question is about, consider the following and which of the above can be used to produce ethanol. If you know some basics related to how ethanol can be produced, you can answer this type of question. Ethanol is nothing but ethyl alcohol. It is C2H5OH. For production of ethanol, you need sugar or carbohydrates. This can be monosaccharide, disaccharide, or polysaccharide as well. So which are the objects or the bodies which contains carbohydrates in them? This can be sugar bearing objects. This can be anything which contains sugar in them. Using this, you can produce ethanol. The other thing is starch. One more is cellulose. Sugar bearing objects, any object which contains sugar is referred to as sugar bearing objects, like the monosaccharides, disaccharides, polysaccharides. Then comes the starch. What is starch? Starch is the stored energy in the plants, in the trees, where the solar energy is converted into chemical energy and is stored in the plants in the form of starch. It can be stored in leaves, in the stems, in the tubers, which the trees or the plants utilize when they need in future. So this is starch. This is a complex carbohydrates. It is a polysaccharide. Again comes the cellulose. Cellulose is another polysaccharide. The cell wall is made up of cellulose, and cellulose gives shape and strength to the plants. So once you know this thing, then you can answer just with this information. That means if there are any plants and trees they are mentioning, you can produce ethanol from them, because all these plants and trees will be having cellulose in them, which is the major component from which the cell wall is made in the plants. So with this information, now look at the question. Wood, yes, in wood also cellulose will be there. Wheat contains starch, 60 to 70%, sometimes even 80% of starch will be present in the wheat. Next, corn will also contain starch. Sugar beet contains sucrose, which is a disaccharide. Next, cassava will also again contains starch in it. So yes, all are plants or crops. So which of the above can be used to produce ethanol? All of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. So the correct answer is option D. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now, moving on to the next question. Look at the question number 44. Consider the following statements. How many of the above statements are correct? Again, they are asking for correct statements here. Look at first statement. All marine algae are green. You must have studied this also. The government is undertaking many initiatives to promote seaweeds, and these seaweeds are not green algae. So marine algae can be green algae, it can be red algae, it can also be a brown algae. This also you have to keep in mind. Green algae example, sea lettuce, whereas red algae it can be rhodophyta. The brown algae best example is kelp. Just like how corals and coral reefs are very important for the tropical region, similar to them, kelp is very important in the temperate region. They create an ecosystem around them. This creates a thriving space for the fish. So, first statement is incorrect. All marine algae are not green. They can be red also, they can be brown as well. There are diatoms as well. You have to keep that also in mind. Next statement says all fungi are heterotrophic in nature. Yes, this is mentioned in your NCERT textbook as well. Fungi don't have chlorophyll. They don't create their own food. they don't undertake the process of photosynthesis. Instead, they depend upon other organisms, other objects for their food. So fungi are heterotrophic. Further, little bit in detail, they can be saprophytes, meaning the organisms that feed upon the dead and decaying organisms. This is called as saprophytes. They can also be parasites. That means they depend upon a host for the nutrient absorption. This will harm the host. Hence, they refer to as parasites. So yes, fungi are mostly saprophytes, and some of them are also parasitic in nature. Hence, even though they're saprophytes and parasites, both they can't prepare their own food. That is, they're depending on something external. Hence, they are called as heterotrophic. So statement number 2 is correct. Third statement says all bacteria are prokaryotic in nature. What is this prokaryotes? Prokaryotes are the organisms which lacks cell wall kind of creatures, or you can say membrane. It will be best if you write membrane bound organelles. Are absent. That means if you consider a eukaryotic cell, example, just like the human beings, we are eukaryotes, right? Our DNA is enclosed within a membrane called as nucleus. So these membranes are absent in the prokaryotes. So in the case of prokaryotes, let's say this is the cell, the genetic material, that is DNA, will be present in the middle called as nucleoid. This is just a space. It is not covered with some membrane. This is absent. Hence, this is called as nucleoid. The prokaryotes will have nucleoid, which is just a space where the genetic material, where the DNA will be present. They lack the membrane-bound organelles, like the ribosomes, mitochondria. In eukaryotes, they will be surrounded with some membranes. These are absent in the prokaryotes. So yes, all bacteria are prokaryotes. True, bacteria lack membrane-bound organelles. They lack nucleus in them. Next says all lichens are parasitic in nature. Again, lichens, are they parasitic? No. Parasitic means they will harm the host. They depend upon the host for the absorption of the nutrients. This is not the case in case of the lichens. Why? Because lichens are a unique type of organisms which is a symbiotic relation, which have a symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi. Algae contains chlorophyll in it. Algae undertakes photosynthesis and produces the food, that is nutrients, and this fungi will feed on this nutrient and start multiplying. So they create their own food, this lichens. They don't depend upon the host organism. So they are not parasitic in nature. Again, statement number 4 is incorrect. These lichens related questions has already been asked in the UPSC, that is PYQs. By solving the PYQs, you can answer this type of questions as well. So statement number 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct, statement number 3 is correct, statement 4 is incorrect. Only 2 pages are correct. Only 2 statements are correct. Therefore, the correct answer is option B. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now, moving on to the next question. Question number 45. See, again, we had discussion related to this concept just now. Question is, consider the following. How many of the above are saprophytes? Saprophytes means they are heterotrophic in nature, that is, they can't prepare their own food. They depend upon other organisms or some external thing for their food or the nutrients. And saprophyte means they depend upon dead and decaying matter, not on living organisms for the food. Mushroom is a fungi. Yes, if there is some wood and the region is wet, mushrooms will start growing. Yes, Rhizopus, another fungi. Yeast is also unicellular fungi. Kelp, we just discussed. Kelp is not a fungi. It is an brown algae, macroscopic marine brown algae. So this is not a saprophyte. This is actually a producer. This is autotrophic in nature. So only 3 are saprophytes. Therefore, the correct answer is only 3. Option C is the correct answer. I hope this is clear to everyone. So yes, now moving on to the next question. Question number 46. Consider the following statement with reference to the biodiversity hotspot. Again, another questions related to the biodiversity and their conservation related to protected sites. The topic from which UPSC is asking more and more questions. So you should be knowing about them. Why this question has been asked? Because there are some related protected sites. You should know about them. Anytime UPSC can ask questions from these topics, you should be always prepared. You should not make mistakes in this type of question. So first one is biodiversity hotspots. Next is how many of the above statements are correct. So yes, question is about how many of the statements are correct. So before looking at the statements, try to analyze what is a biodiversity hotspot. First, even before biodiversity, just discuss what is an hotspot. In general terms, in English literature, hotspot is a location where there will be concentration of that particular object. Here, what is the object? Here, the object is biodiversity. The meaning there will be a high concentration of variety of species in this particular region, in this particular geographical area. This is called as biodiversity hotspot. The species richness will be very, very high. These are called as biodiversity hotspot. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now let's look at the statements. They are regions declared by Conservation International with a high level of species diversity. Absolutely true. This biodiversity hotspot are declared by Conservation International. Next it says, to be classified as a biodiversity hotspot, a region must have lost at least 70% of its original natural vegetation. This is also true. Meaning the region should be highly degraded. The region should be threatened with anthropogenic extinction. The region should have deforestation, the extinction of a lot of species in the region. These regions are called as biodiversity hotspot, and also just 30% or even less of the original or the original habitat should have been left right now. This type of regions are called as biodiversity hotspot. Next, so statement 2 is also correct. Now look at the statement number 3. The Sundarbans and the Terai dwarf savanna grasslands are the only biodiversity hotspots in India. This is actually incorrect. These are not the biodiversity hotspots in India. So some information regarding this, and also one more criteria is there to declare any geographical area as a biodiversity hotspot. One thing is it must have witnessed extensive degradation. Along with it, the region must have at least 1,500 vascular plants. See, this is a photo taken from Conservation International website itself. It says, to qualify as a biodiversity hotspot, a region must meet 2 strict criteria. It must have at least 1,500 vascular plants as endemics, which is to say it must have a high percentage of plant life found nowhere else on the planet. A hotspot, in other words, is irreplaceable. This is also very important. Keep this in mind. Further, it says it must have 30% or less of its original natural vegetation. That is, the region must be threatened with degradation, with extinction. This thing you have to keep in mind. Further, it says around the world there are 36 regions, 36 areas are declared as hotspots. Their intact habitats represent just 2.5% of the Earth's land surface, but they support more than half of the world's planet species as endemics. That is, species found no place else. And nearly 43% of birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibian species are endemics. So, this is the significance of this biodiversity hotspot. And further, we just discussed that in India there are 4 biodiversity hotspots which are not as mentioned in the statement. So, in India there are 4 hotspots. These are the Himalayan region, which also extends to the eastern part of the Himalaya in the states of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. Keep that in mind. Second, this is the first one, the Himalaya. Second one is the Indo-Burma region. The rest of the northeastern states along with the Southeast Asia forms the Indo-Burma region. Next, you have the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot, which is very important, which is also threatened with many development activities, mining activities. You must be hearing all these things in the news. Further, it says the last biodiversity hotspot of India, that is part of the Sunda land, especially the Nicobar Islands of the country. Nicobar Islands are part of the Sunda land biodiversity hotspot. This also you have to keep in mind. So this is about the biodiversity hotspot, which is factual. This type of questions will come. Keep in mind. So you should be prepared well. So now, what else you should be prepared? So you should focus on other protected sites in the country as well. Like you should also focus on biosphere reserves, tiger reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, community reserves, biodiversity heritage sites. with respect to all of these things, you should know about the criteria for declaring a region as particular protected site, and also who declares them, under which act, what are the regulations involved in this. Like this you should know. I hope this is clear. This is about this particular question. Now moving on to the next question, question number 47. So I think we discussed this, right? Yes. So statement 1 and 2 are correct. Statement 3 is incorrect because this is not the biodiversity hotspot in India. Therefore only 2. Correct answer is option B. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. So now question number 47. See, consider the following again. How many of the above contribute to the sulfur dioxide emissions, that is SO2 emissions, into the atmosphere? This is the question. SO2 will only be emitted by something which has it. This is the basic knowledge. I hope everybody knows. So now let's try to understand. Wildfires. What do you mean by wildfires? Wildfires, use common sense. What is wildfires? It is nothing but burning of the trees and plants in the forested areas. This is called as wildfires. Meaning the plants and trees contain sulfur in them. This is true. Sulfur is one of the vital nutrient which is essential for the growth of the plants and trees. They helps in the height of the plants and the trees. They helps in protecting the plants from the diseases and the pests. They also helps in ensuring the presence of oil in the seeds. So like this, they plays a very important role in the plants and trees. And when they burn, the sulfur dioxide emission will take place. So statement number 1 is correct. Now look at the volcanic eruption. You must have heard about the biogeochemical cycles. What are biogeochemical cycles? Biogeochemical cycles. That is the various biological, geological and chemical processes through which the nutrients travels or moves from one sphere to another sphere, like from lithosphere to atmosphere, from atmosphere to hydrosphere, and from hydrosphere to biosphere. This is called as biogeochemical cycles. And with respect to biogeochemical cycles, there are some cycles called as gaseous cycles and some cycles which are referred to as sedimentary cycles. All these are organized based upon in which region the highest concentration of this particular nutrient is present. If this nutrient is present in highest concentration in the atmosphere, then we refer to it as gaseous cycle, which is also known as reservoir pool. And if this particular nutrient is present in highest concentration in the Earth's crust, then we refer to it as a sedimentary cycle, like phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle, calcium cycle. So volcanic eruption, we also know that the sulfur cycle, with respect to the sulfur cycle, the reservoir pool is Earth's crust. So sulfur cycle is a sedimentary cycle. Highest concentration of sulfur is present in the Earth's crust. Through volcanic eruption, lot of this comes out. And during volcanic eruption, a lot of sulfur dioxide gas is emitted to the atmosphere. So this is also true. Automobile exhaust. We already know plants contains sulfur in them, and when they burn, sulfur dioxide is released. Similar to the plants, animals also contain sulfur in them. Even human beings contain sulfur in them. Sulfur plays a very important role. Sulfur is an important component of the amino acids. So human body also contains sulfur in them. For example, it has been observed that a person who is around 70 kg person will carry around 150-140 grams of sulfur in them. So all the living organs, the animals also contain sulfur in them, and when these animals and the plants die and get subducted into the Earth's interior, and over a period of time, because of intense heating and pressure, they get slowly converted into hydrocarbons like coal and oil and natural gas. And this automobile exhaust, meaning the crude oil, when this crude oil, like petrol, from crude oil we produce petrol and diesel, which also contains sulfur in them, because this extraction is from the oil and natural gas, which is nothing but over a period of time, the animals which got subducted in the Earth's interior got converted into crude oil. So with this burning of these fossil fuels, the petrol, diesel, sulfur is also again emitted in the form of sulfur dioxide. So statement number 3 is also correct. I hope this is clear to everyone. Next, look at the phytoplankton. This is another unique thing. Phytoplanktons, similar to the corals, also releases dimethyl sulfide. When this dimethyl sulfide is released to the atmosphere, it oxidizes to produce sulfur dioxide. So this is also correct. So therefore, the correct answer is all four options are true. All four of them leads to the emission of sulfur dioxide. So the correct answer is option D, all four. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now, moving on to the next question. Yes, before we move on to the next question, you can see the diagram also. This diagram itself is self-explanatory. See, the plants are there. Plants absorb the sulfur directly from sulfate ions directly from the soil. Through this, they grow well. So sulfur is concentrated in them. And when some wildfires happen, forest fire happens, sulfur dioxide is released. Similar to them, again, the living organisms also contains sulfur in them because they feed upon the producers, autotrophs, the plants which contain sulfur in them. So they also contain sulfur. And the sedimentary cycle we just discussed, the sulfur, it's the main reservoir pool is the earth's crust, because of which here also sulfur concentration is there. If you are using the extracting the fossil fuels and burning them, maybe coal burning or oil and natural gas burning, here also sulfur dioxide emitted. Iron sulfide direct to volcanic eruption, hydrogen sulfide is emitted, and also sulfur dioxide is emitted from the volcanic eruption. And again in the oceans also, phytoplanktons, dimethyl sulfide is emitted, which when it comes to the atmosphere oxidizes to produce sulfur dioxide. So like this, sulfur dioxide is emitted to the atmosphere. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now moving on to the next question. Question is number 48. It says, which one of the following elephant corridors connect the Eastern Ghats to the Western Ghats? Factual question, but current affairs based question. Like I was saying earlier, your current affairs should be very, very strong in the subject of environment. Why this question has been asked? Because there were some articles which were discussing about the same thing. As you can see here, in Down to Earth, in September, on 26 September 2024, there was an article talking about long march to restoring Sigur Elephant Corridor reaches crucial milestone. Madras High Court to hear petitions on demolition of 35 tourism resorts. See, whenever this kind of article comes, especially in the magazines like Down to Earth, which is very important environment, geography related magazine, you have to give some importance. You have to focus on them. So, and also in Hindu newspaper also there was an article talking about this thing, Sigur Elephant Corridor. So you should know. See, here they are mentioning. It says Sigur Elephant Corridor, which was notified by the Tamil Nadu government in 2010, is a critical route that links the habitats of Asian elephants in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves to the Eastern Ghats. So it is a corridor which connects the Eastern Ghats with the Western Ghats and helps in the movement of the elephants from the Western Ghats towards the Eastern Ghats. It has been observed that on an average, this actually helps in the movement of around 6,300 elephants from Western Ghats to Eastern Ghats region, this Sigur Elephant Corridor. So where it is, here you can see, it is present in the border district of Tamil Nadu. It is at almost the junction, tri-junction of the three states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. This region is Sigur Elephant Corridor. You have to keep this in mind. And this connects Eastern Ghats with Western Ghats. Why this question has been asked again? Because similar to this in earlier years, 4-5 years back, they asked another question related to Satyamangala Tiger Reserve. That is which of the following protected sites connects Eastern Ghats to Western Ghats? So this type of questions can be asked. So you have to focus on the current affairs here carefully. So the correct answer for this question is option D, that is Sigur Plateau Corridor. So the correct answer is option D. I hope this is clear to everyone. So yes, now moving on to the next question. Question is, which of the following biogeochemical cycles are primarily responsible for acid rains? Again, the keywords are biogeochemical cycles and acid rain. But the question is more about the acid rains part. We already discussed what do you mean by biogeochemical cycles. So what is acid rains? It is a type of rain, as the statement itself, as the keyword mentions. So it is a type of precipitation where there is a greater concentration of strong acids in it. So we don't call all types of precipitation as acid rain. only those precipitation which has a pH value below certain threshold is referred to as acid rain. This pH value is, if the pH value is 4.5 to 4.6 and below, then we refer to those types of precipitation as acid rain, because this is harmful to the environment. You have to keep this in mind. So only those precipitations with low pH value that are harmful to the environment, that is around 4.5 and below, 4.6 and below, are referred to as acid rains. How it harms the environment? Like example, if high acidic precipitation is happening, it will have an impact on the buildings, it will have a corrosion effect, it will react with the metals and corrode them, and it will lead to the removal of the paints. Example, Taj Mahal is witnessing this issue. Similarly, the plants, the crops will get damaged because of the acid rains. If this acid rain falls on the soil acidity will increase, soil fertility will decrease. Similarly, in the animals, even in the humans, there will be respiration related issues. Like this, it will cause environmental damage. Especially if it enters into the aquatic ecosystem, it will create a devastating impact there also, because of increase in acidity and increase in some particular chemicals. So these are referred to as acid rain. Now they are saying how many of the above are considered as, how many of the above biogeochemical cycles contributes to the acid rain. Sulfur cycle, you already know. Sulfur dioxide reacts with water, leading to the oxides of sulfur reacts with water, leading to the formation of H2SO4. And the pH value is 4.5 and below. Hence, it acts as a strong acid. So yes, sulfur cycle leads to acid rain. That is, emission of the sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere creates acid rain. Nitrogen cycle, it creates nitric acid, that is HNO3 is created, which is also a strong acid. Yes, this leads to the acid rain. Next, carbon cycle. Yes, it is accepted that carbon dioxide reacts with water to form carbonic acid, but this carbonic acid is weak. The pH value of this carbonic acid will be anywhere around 5.6, not 5 to 6. It will be around 5.6, which is a weak acid. It is not harmful to the environment. Hence, even though the natural precipitation which we witness in our environment, where the carbon dioxide mixes with water to form weak carbonic acid, it's not referred to as acid rain because it is not harmful. You have to keep this in your mind. So yes, this is incorrect. Next, coming to the phosphorus cycle. The naturally occurring phosphorus won't readily react with the water present in the atmosphere. Hence, this also does not lead to formation of the strong acids, which is required for calling it as a acid rain. So this is also incorrect. So the correct answer is only sulfur cycle and nitrogen cycle leads to acid rains, not the other two things. Correct answer is 1 and 2 only. So the correct answer is option A. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now, moving on to the next question and the last question of the test. Before we moving on to it, see, this is one graphical diagram of it. Sulfur dioxide emission and oxides of nitrogen emissions into the atmosphere. When they interact with the water in the atmosphere, oxides of nitrogen reacts with water to form nitric acid, that is HNO3. Next, sulfur dioxide reacts with water to form sulfuric acid, H2SO4. So now moving on to the next question. Question number 50. It is about which one of the following best describes the term legacy waste. Again, keyword based question, which is one of the hot favorites of UPSC. So you should be little bit aware about these keywords. What are these things that are in news, which are keep on repeating themselves in the news again and again. Especially those kind of things, you should be well aware of it. Either you have to prepare on your own or you have to depend on some sources which will help you to prepare for this type of thing. So why this question has been asked? Again, let's see why this question has been asked. See, there were many articles which have been asked in the newspapers, in some magazines related to them. Example, on 30th September 2024, there was an article in Indian Express which was saying Swachh Bharat mission with 2026 target nearing, clearing of 50% landfills in big cities yet to start. Similarly, in Hindu again, and this is not just not the only article in Indian Express. There were at least 10 to 15 articles just related to the legacy waste. And similarly, in Hindu newspaper on 8th November, there was a question. There was an article saying about 10 lakh tons of legacy waste awaiting scientific remediation. See, this is such an important event, important. It has so much consequences to the environment. So you should be knowing about these things. So let's look at the options. What are these? Wastes that are fully biodegradable and have high recycling rates. Is this the answer? No, this is not the answer. This is referred to as biodegradable waste. You can also refer to it as compostable waste. You can also refer to it as green waste if you want. Since it's fully biodegradable, fully means you can completely convert it into some useful components, or it will all the impurities will get dissolved. Next one is waste that are flammable, reactive, corrosive, and not easily degradable. This is referred to as hazardous waste, not legacy waste. You have to keep this in mind. Next, statement number 3 says waste derived from sustainable industrial and construction activities. This is either referred to as industrial waste. All these keywords are important. You should be knowing these things. Can be asked in the prelims. Or also called as construction and demolition waste. So this is also not the answer. This is also not the answer. Now look at the last option. Wastes that have been collected and kept for years at places dedicated to landfills. So wastes that have been collected and kept for years. This is the main keyword. As the name legacy means from a long period of time, which the waste has been deposited and is collected at some particular location. These are called as legacy waste. Yes, this is the correct answer. So the correct answer is option D. You should be knowing this thing. So some information related to the legacy waste. As you can see here, legacy wastes are those that have been collected and kept for years at some barren land or a place dedicated to a landfill. They are result of uncontrolled and continuous dumping of municipal solid waste. Further, in India, the legacy waste have been organized under 4 sections. These are fine soil or sand-like materials, scrap, polymeric and combustible materials, stones, and the last one is miscellaneous items. So this is about the legacy waste. So like we just seen in the prelims, especially in the environment subject, majority of the question will come from the current affairs. So your current affairs should be very, very strong. Either you have to revise the environment and geography sections of the recitals magazines again and again, or else there is another options available also, like the smart current affairs program, where also the environment section and some other subjects which are also very important from the current affairs point of view, like the science and technology, economy, international relations are covered in a detailed manner. So you have to depend upon those things, but you have to be prepared well. Your current affairs should be very, very strong in these subjects. I hope this is clear to everyone. So yes, this is about today's test discussion. I hope it was beneficial to all of you and you got an idea about how the test is conducted, how the structuring of the discussion will be done. And after that, there will also be a separate online mentoring session where the students can further come and ask specific doubts. Here the questions will be discussed one after the other. But in the mentoring session, the student can ask doubts related to any particular questions they are having and can get their doubts clear. So thank you for attending. All the best.